Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this morning's executive meeting. I apologise for my voice. I will do my best to make myself as clear as possible throughout the day, but if I kind of falter, you know that it's this dreadful lurgy that's been going the rounds. I think we have a full house. We don't have any apologies.
That's correct, Convener.
Oh, thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest? This can be declared at this time or at any point prior to an item. No, thank you. Item 3, which is the minute of the executive meeting I've held on the 8th of October. You're happy to agree? Okay, thank you. Item 4 is the rolling action log, and I think there's reasonable updates on all of the items there, and if there's a future date for any items coming forward. Councillor Nimmo?
Convener, it's just a question, just for a bit of clarity. Item 465, page 13. Can we just confirm when we're likely to get the scoring matrix, when that will be issued?
That should be accompanied, and it will be talked about in the report that's here today, but it should be accompanying the report that is proposed for December. Is that correct, Mrs Geisler? Yeah. Okay. Item 5 is our employee wellbeing strategy. Mr Ritchie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Good morning. Members are asked to approve the proposed actions supporting an employee wellbeing strategy. The action plan has been developed and consulted on with our trade unions, who are happy to endorse our approach as the way forward. The background to the development of the plan is set out for members in the early paragraphs of Section 3 of the report. Section 4 provides members with details of the pillars of the action plan. These are promoting physical activity, encouraging improved healthy eating options, supporting mental well-being in the workplace, and finally the introduction of smoke-free grounds. The actions associated with these 4 pillars are explained in more detail in the body of the report. The governance arrangements are laid out for members, with a wellbeing group being created and led by the Chief Executive. There are some financial consequences of the proposed action plan. These are set out in Section 6 of the report, and the recommendations, Convener, are set out in Section 2 for members to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ritchie. Our staff are one of our greatest assets and most valued assets, and it's right that we recognise that, particularly in very difficult times, that we need to look after our staff, and that all difficulties that they experience are not necessarily all work-related, but can have an impact on their work. So I'm really pleased to see this wellbeing strategy come forward, particularly the focuses around mental health and the stresses that creates, and the challenges that puts upon our staff, and for whatever reason. Also to be an exemplar and lead the way forward around healthy active lifestyles, reducing wherever possible obesity, and preventing people requiring medication or coming off medication, particularly around diabetes, as that is one of the biggest prescribed medications from the health service, and that can really make a difference and continue to prolong people's lives, and the need for any further medical interventions as they get older. I think this has been a good strategy. It's been well developed along with the workforce. It's been done particularly with the surveys. Trade unions have been very supportive in going forward, and they have also been supportive of the actions taken, particularly around the reinstatement of the counselling service and the mental health first aid and going forward. So I think while this is a document in front of us just now, it's a working dynamic document, and it's one that should be constantly reviewed and updated along with our staff in a co-productive way, and I would encourage members to support this. What I would also encourage members to do is to be an exemplar and actually take on board some of the championing of the issues within this, particularly around healthy active lifestyles. And I know that some members already do that, but I think that would demonstrate a commitment to our staff. Councillor Bowes?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Can I firstly declare an interest in this report as a smoker for the last 28 years? I applaud the actions within this report regards to combating stress within our workforce, physical activity of employees, encouragement of healthy eating and supporting mental well-being in the workplace. As a smoker, I completely agree with the smoking ban in public buildings, and I've even extended that to my own house, as I am the only smoker in the house. It has now become the norm for no smoking within hospital grounds, and I believe it is natural for that now to be applied to all council grounds. It is my habit and my choice to smoke, and it should not be inflicted on non-smokers either intentionally or by accident. I therefore fully support this action and understand why it is proposed to be implemented. As the report says, the well-being of our workforce is important to the future success of the Council. A number of actions have been proposed as part of this well-being strategy to both support employee well-being and to respond to employee feedback and the actions the Council can take. I formally second the recommendations in the report.
Councillor Bissett?
Thank you, Convener. I welcome this report. I think it's very important that we all look after ourselves and other people around us, and particularly regard to mental well-being or mental wealth. In this day and age, I think we should be able to talk about issues like anxiety and depression that affect people, affect everybody. We're all emotional beings, you know, and I think a lot of people see it, if you talk about anxiety and depression, it's a sign of weakness, really. And I think we need to move beyond that and allow people to be able to just open up and talk about these matters without fear of any judgment. So I do welcome that, and actually a year ago I went on a mental health first aid course, and I found that really helpful. And just for Gary, my wife was a smoker, and 6 years ago she said, I said to her, why don't you go to a hypnotist and maybe that would help. That's a load of rubbish, she said. So went to a hypnotist in Lorison and paid 120 quid. 6 years later, it's never had a cigarette, believe it or not. But so there you go. So it does work, and it is a kind of lifestyle change. But do welcome that. I noticed in it at 3.5 that a lot of respondents said that some issues were work-related stress, and I just have concerns at times that the number of posts that we're cutting is maybe putting pressure on other people, and I think that's something we always need to bear in mind. But I do welcome the fact that we're going to, that people are going to be trained to be able to speak to their manager and be able to address any issues that they have. So I welcome this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir Coombs?
Thanks, Convener. As you yourself just said, our staff are our greatest asset, and these are challenging times. I'd kind of like to ask, but I'm not sure how the staff numbers have changed over the last 10 years. I don't know if that would be the Chief Exec or who crunches the numbers.
Stuart, are you able to assist with that?
Yeah, I don't have the information on staff reductions over the last 10 years. That's quite difficult to do because, as you know, there are some staff savings, so there are some reductions, but we also have new staff joining the council, early years, for example. So you may find that there isn't a linear reduction in absolute number of employees. What I can do is go back and try and see if we can get as far back as we can what that actual headcount was and get that to you as part of the revenue budget update report that Brian brings to the executive to every second meeting. There's a comparison there, but that doesn't go back, you know, the length of time that you're talking about.
Okay.
Page 69 has back to 2015.
And I understand what Stuart's saying. Obviously, there are new services being brought in, so it's difficult to try and compare like with like. But I think in general terms, we're all aware that we're cutting money and cutting staff. It's, you know, it's for however long that there is less staff employed in the council. And I think that staff are obviously concerned, given the challenging times that we keep mentioning, that they're concerned for their jobs. Less funding means fewer staff, and I think, as we know, the next 5 years is more of the same. And I think it means that there's a double whammy. So you depending on obviously what service they're in, but it's across all services now that we're looking to make these savings. You might be fearful that you lose your job, or the flip side of that is it might be fearful that you keep it and then you're expected to do the work of your missing colleagues. I'm sure we're all aware of instances where one person is replacing 3. And it's not just the numbers. I think the delayering that we've had throughout the council and throughout all councils, where middle managers are disappearing, and therefore the managers that are left are getting less reports, and they have a bigger span of responsibility. And it means that if we want managers to do a good job, and of course we do, they will worry. It's basically, it's the nature of the job. If you're doing more with less staff and less money and you want to do a good job, it's a worry. And I think to solve the issue of staff being stressed, managers are now being trained to help their staff, which seems a perfectly reasonable solution. But effectively, you might resolve one problem by replacing it with another. And from my very simplistic point of view, I don't see this situation. It's not sustainable. I don't think it's sustainable for any employer. And I think that if we actually cut to the chase, if you excuse the pun, I think it's time yet again, and I don't mind repeating myself, it's time we told Holyrood to cut the cuts and not cut our staff. Thanks, Convener.
Councillor Munro. Right.
Thank you, Convener. I think this is a very good listening exercise where we have listened to the concerns and anxieties our staff face. The challenge going forward is actually what we actually do in order to further encourage staff to believe that we are actually doing something. It's not enough to listen. And I notice in 6.3 that we talk about the provision of food preparation areas, changing and sharing facilities, bike storage, and there isn't anything in the report, as far as I can see, that suggests that any of these has specifically been taken forward. And I wondered if people had looked at whether there were any options for actually addressing some of these actual things on the ground so far.
It's my understanding that is all being taken into account within the strategic property review and any investments within the buildings that we have. But Mr Richard, you want to?
Can I add any more than you've just said, Convener?
So that will be incorporated in designs and changes to alterations to buildings going forward in order to be able to accommodate that as part of our strategic property review and our capital investment plan.
But if it takes a long time, I mean, we've had the listening exercise, people expect outcomes that they can see, and I think there needs to be some kind of expediency in it.
And that is being taken into account. Councillor Alexander.
It would be a pity, Convener, if such a positive report was taken as a negative. And but you know, some things that don't surprise myself in life. The Holyrood should cut the cuts. Well, Holyrood could have perhaps cut the cuts if Mrs Coombs hadn't campaigned against them getting full powers. to actually control the Scottish budget. But that's in the past, and we are where we are. What I would say is not all service reductions in terms of either manpower or in terms of the totals represent something that is not value for money, and it also doesn't assist the employee as well as the employer. And we've got some good examples of where the restructuring of the council has benefited the staff, benefited the delivery of services, and benefited them in a way that has improved the well-being of our staff as well as of our clients. Home care, for example, is a good example of where we have seen significant changes, and while they were campaigned against as cuts, have actually turned out to be, as we advised at the time, a better service for a smaller financial investment. And there are other areas of Falkirk Council where we've done likewise. So it doesn't always equate that a cut in the budget is necessarily a cut in the service, nor does it necessarily mean that there's a detriment to the staff. There hasn't been one single compulsory redundancy that I'm aware of within this authority. And there's few areas of either public service or even in the private sector where that's the case. The issue of voluntary severance has to be taken into cognizance. It suits many of our employees to terminate their employment early and take the pension and go for the lifestyle choices that are open to them. And that's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be. That shouldn't be taken as either a cut in service or necessarily something to the detriment of staff. We'll have the ability to look at these things, to analyse and to properly conclude that Falkirk Council is a good employer. By and large, it's a good employer, and we should recognise that fact. This report confirms that we're a good employer. It can always be improved. There's always room for improvement in all areas of staff management. But I'm happy with this report. I would hate for a report as positive as this to be regarded in any way as being negative.
19.1,
Councillor.
sorry, convener.
Okay.
Councillor Alexander says that it's a positive report, and it's stating quite clearly in 3.5 that 70% of respondents reported that work-related stress was a serious
And I don't
or
think that's
moderate risk.
that's not a 19.1, that's a matter of opinion and the content of the paper. I don't think that's a 19.1.
Well, Councillor Alexander's were also opinions. He stated an opinion that said that this was a positive report.
And that's an
think
opinion,
that
so I
it
don't
is.
think it's a 19.1, Councillor Coombs.
Okay.
Okay. Any other member? Sorry, Councillor Nimmo.
Couple of things, convener. I'm just curious as to what measures managers have put in place to deal with passive smoking. It's detailed at 4.12 on page 23. And also, there's nothing that I can see contained in this report regarding electronic cigarettes. Is that included in this?
Mr Ritchie, can you help us out there?
Yeah, thanks, convener. Electronic cigarettes. Yeah, same. Yeah, will be picked up in the same way. Yeah. I think that we're kind of read across where we talk about smoking as e-cigarettes as well.
Okay. In that case, if there's no other member, I'll be happy to agree the report. Thank you. Okay, item 6 is the Scottish Housing Regulator Annual Assurance Statement. Mr Ritchie.
Thank you. The Scottish Housing Regulator now requires social landlords to submit an annual assurance statement to them by the end of October each year. Our own checklist to arrive at that assurance statement is shown in Appendix 2 of the report before members this morning. Our assurance statement has been prepared based on a self-assessment, some joint work with Housemark, and some work undertaken by our colleagues in internal audit, who've undertaken a review of the data that we've used and the procedures that we've used in our self-assessment. Members will recall there was a short presentation on this matter at the end of the last executive meeting. The recommendations, convener, are set out in section 2 for members to consider.
Thank you, Mr Ritchie. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Convener. The Scottish Housing Regulator, SHR, is an independent, non-ministerial department directly accountable to the Scottish Parliament. The Scottish Social Housing Charter, the purpose of the Charter. The Charter helps to improve the quality and value of the services that social landlords provide, stating clearly what tenants and other customers can expect from social landlords and helping them to hold landlords to account. Focusing the efforts of social landlords on achieving outcomes that matter to their customers. Also providing the basis for the Scottish Housing Regulator to assess and report on how well landlords are performing. This assessment enables the regulator, social landlords, tenants and other customers to identify areas of strong performance and areas needing improvement. This report highlights the necessary hard work which is required to comply with the annual assurance statement. Appendix 3 of this report highlights the definition of assurance categories: substantial assurance, limited assurance and no assurance. I am pleased to say that the Housing Service has been assessed by internal audit. The auditors were content that the performance and numerical information reported was accurate and agreed with supporting documentation. In this regard, the auditors were able to provide substantial assurance. Part 3 of the regulatory framework deals with the performance of social landlords. The Scottish Social Housing Charter performance. The Housing Service submits an annual return on the Charter, ARC, each year in accordance with published guidance. It must involve tenants and, where relevant, other service users in the preparation and scrutiny of performance information. It must agree its approach with tenants. The Scottish Social Housing Charter has 16 standards and outcomes. 4.3 of this report indicates the evidence checklist relating to each of the requirements as set out in Appendix 2. The self-assessment approach as set out in 4.4 is supported by the Department's Embedding Excellence programme, which was being worked on jointly with the external organisation Housemark. I was interviewed as part of Housemark's deliberations. In Appendix 3 of this report, the Housing Service has evidenced and demonstrated compliance with the 16 standards and outcomes. This annual assurance statement demonstrates through documented evidence the work of the Housing Service and at the same time highlights trust, confidence and reassurance in the quality of the work being carried out by the Department. I am asking committee to support the recommendations as set out in 2.1 of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Garner.
Happy to second my colleague Councillor Hughes and indeed this report. Thank you.
Okay. Any other member? Happy to agree? Okay, thank you. Item 7 is the review of how the climate is changing in the Falkirk area and action in place to adapt. Mrs Geisler.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, this report follows on a decision that made at the executive meeting on the 27th of August. And there will also be another report, as you've noted from the rolling action log, that will be coming in December to answer the second part of the request. So in respect of climate change and how it affects our area, as we all know, the world's climate is changing and Falkirk's climate is no exception to that. Appendix 1 to the report highlights information in relation to the number of times that severe weather has been reported in our area, and severe weather is also a high risk on our risk register, not only locally but also nationally. The impacts have been generally in terms of adverse weather associated with lower temperatures, and there's not been too much in the way of impact from high temperatures, as we will all know, but the expectation is that that will change. Obviously, we feel it most acutely in relation to transport disruption. So the Council has climate change obligations. They are enshrined in the 2009 Climate Change Scotland Act, which has recently been amended. But we have an obligation in respect of developing an adaptation programme, and the elements of that programme are described in paragraph 4.1.1 of the report. We have to have regard to the impacts climate change has on the natural environment and the built environment, including infrastructure, on people and communities. And we need to understand adaptation and mitigation opportunities that can come along for us. We are required to report annually on our progress in respect of these obligations by means of a public body's duty report, which is referred to in paragraph 412. The new legislation that I referred to recently enacted, and it's reinforcing the adaptation agenda and also introducing a new principle called climate justice, which is endeavouring to make sure that we are having regard to the most vulnerable in our communities when we are developing our adaptation strategy. The Scottish Government has outlined its own strategy recently, and there are a number of outcomes included in that which are divided into 6 categories, and these are described in the report in paragraph 415. The work that the Development Service is doing on behalf of the Council in relation to responding to these obligations is described in paragraph 4.1.6. We're also, there's a group, the Corporate Sustainability Group, which has been running for quite some time with representation from all services, and the portfolio holder is a regular attender, have agreed to focus on developing a local climate impact profile and LCLIP as their next phase of work to be able to take forward the new obligations. The team will look at is the elements of risk and making sure that our adaptation and climate change obligations are embedded within key projects moving forward, and obviously a number of significant projects the Council is always engaged in, but also to complement our existing key strategies associated with climate change and sustainability. I've made reference to the risk on a national and regional basis of severe weather, so obviously issues around climate change will be included in the Council's own corporate risk register. Consultation, there will be wide consultation. This affects everybody. It's not something that's obviously restricted to the Council, and interestingly there will be a significant amount of public sector consultation, and clearly, particularly in reference to the new climate justice obligations with communities. There will be financial implications, although these can't quite be identified at the moment. We'll clearly have to have regard to these obligations in relation to any new construction projects that we take forward. Zero carbon obviously would be our aspiration in that regard, but there may be requirements for us to retrofit existing buildings. That will never be as successful as new build, but having said that, there might be a requirement for us to do that to mitigate some of our impacts. As you would expect in terms of other implications, the sustainability and environmental impact is the highest on our list, and this would assist us in meeting our aspirations in that regard as well. Convener, the recommendations are contained in section 2 of the report, and that's to note the work that we've done so far, and to endorse the approach to adaptation issues, and to note that I have suggested that there already is included in the rolling action log reference to a further report, which we were bringing forward in December. I'm joined this morning by my colleague Marie-Claire Morgan, who is the climate change expert. She's a climate change team leader within Development Services. So between us, we'll endeavour to answer any questions that members have.
Thank you, Mrs Geisler. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Mrs Geisler for running through the report. I hope everyone's read this report, because later on in the agenda there will be a decision directly connected to this extremely important agenda item, in my opinion. Rather than have myself talking the report, as Mrs Geisler sort of I ran through a fair bit of it, I think it would be good if I invited the expert we have in hand here, Marie-Claire, just to come up and say a few words that she could highlight some of the main points, etc. on it, if Marie-Claire, if that's okay with you, Marie-Claire?
Yeah, so as the report highlights, the key objectives now are to first collate information on how the weather is impacting the service provision of the council, and identifying potential risk areas where our service provision may be have to stop or have to adapt significantly. The key objective is to try and build in prevention instead of cure. And I guess the key takeaway would be that it will be less financially impactful on the council if we start to approach a more holistic service area where we identify the risks on the outset and then we apply our mitigation measures as projects are developed or as buildings are being maintained, to avoid us having to do expensive retrofits going forward. The weather will be increasing in severity and increasing in the occurrence of that. And as Ms Geisler pointed out, we have to look at excessive heat as well as traditional like wet and cold weather impacts on service provision.
Thanks, Mary Claire. That was nearly word for word what I was going to say there. No, it goes without saying, I fully support and welcome this report. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Somebody to second the report?
Can I second the report, please?
Okay. Any Councillor Coombs?
It's just to say that it is an excellent report, and to thank Development Services and Marie Claire for the Climate Change Week. I went to a couple of their events, and for anybody that didn't make it along, I can highly recommend the homemade deodorant. Didn't know there was such a thing, but that's one piece of plastic less in my bathroom. And just slightly on the back of this, can I ask the Director, as probably I think I'm the only electric car driver in the council at the moment, you're all welcome to join in, when is the new charging station at the stadium likely to open, to save me sitting in queues? Okay, as I say, it's not particularly in the report.
I think it's probably around the turn of the year.
Mrs Geisler, could you use your microphone? Sorry.
Switched on. Most of the work is under the ground, and so you'll see that work's ongoing just now. But my apologies, I will get back to you on that with that date.
I think it is meant to be the turn of the year.
Right, that's my thinking.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Reid.
There is quite a large climate change fund set up by the government to which the third sector people can apply. I know of two instances. One is the Regional Equality Council. That enabled them to employ someone for a couple of years, dealing with people in ethnic minority groups particularly. And Forth Valley Sensory Centre has just been awarded another big one, employing someone for 2 years. I just wondered if our officers could liaise with them, because they are dealing with the very point that you made about climate justice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously the Racial Equality Council is dealing with ethnic minorities, and the Sensory Centre with those with sensory impairment. But, if I may be so bold to suggest that you might liaise with them.
Yes, I think we would have to do that.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Munro.
One of the key issues around climate change is this issue of rising sea levels, and I can't help thinking that we've just agreed an investment zone in an area at sea level, and what implications does that have for the future?
There is, as you will know, a significant project ongoing just now in relation to Grangemouth flood protection, not prevention, protection measures, and that has been identified by Scottish Government as a high priority for them as well. Any investment that is made in infrastructure to facilitate the investment zone will be subject to planning applications, and so the issue of the risk of flooding will require to be taken into account when that work is developed. But the proposal is that the whole of Grangemouth and surrounding areas, including the industry, will be protected via the flood protection scheme.
And Grangemouth is by the largest flood protection scheme with an investment of about 180 million over the piece. Okay, are we happy to agree the report? Okay, thank you. We now move on to some of the more challenging areas. The projected financial position, Mr Smale.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning. As you know, we report to each meeting of the Executive on our budgetary position, alternating between capital one month and revenue the other month. It's a turn of revenue for this meeting. If we focus first on the general fund in section 4.1, the overall position is set out at para 412, where we have a marginal difference in the context of a budget of over £1/3 billion. But what that does is mask quite significant underlying variances, which we'll turn to in the following sections. So we take each service in turn and give you a summary of the position, both in terms of the figures relative to budget and narrative behind it. I'll only pick on one or two of the more major ones rather than going through them all. So the first and most significant is at 413 for children's services, where you can see overall the projected position is nearly 2.7 million over budget, and both elements of the service, education and social work, show projected overspends. For education, if I think I just highlight the second sub-paragraph there, just to flag up to members that a saving that has been assumed in terms of the refinancing of the second school project is looking more problematic. Negotiations are still ongoing, but I think it appropriate, given where things sit at the moment, to flag up to members that that may not now be capable of being delivered, which clearly creates something of a hole in the projections. In terms of the social work part of children's services, there's reasonably extensive narrative there. I think there's probably two elements. One is the relatively new legal requirement in terms of legislation extending the age that young people are supported, and we're seeing significant budget pressures coming through on the back of that, something, it must be said, that is prevalent throughout Scotland. And the other main strand here is the closer to home strategy, which is a major transformational project under Council of the Future, and one that we have high hopes for being a win-win, both in terms of enhanced service delivery of itself, but also contributing significant savings. There are two elements of counterbalancing savings that happily help cover that aggregate overspending. One is with relation to capital financing costs, which are roughly £1.5 million under budget, and also the position with the general revenue grant, 1.4. So as I say, the combination of those two neatly, in terms of our overall strategic position, leave us in a more or less balanced position. But clearly, concerns must be flagged at the element of overspend, and the actions that will be needed to manage that. For the sake of completion, we always include a section on the IJB, the Integration Joint Board, and you can see the narrative at 414. The IJB are very much responsible for managing their budget, but clearly members have an interest in keeping an eye on how things sit. And so far as the council element of the board's activities, subject to the delivery of the savings that have been identified, the position is expected to be broadly balanced at the year end. We also include, again, to enhance and provide a broader sense of how things sit, a mapping of progress on the delivery of budget savings for 1920, those that were approved at the budget meeting in February. And the position there, together with the Appendix 4, is summarised at 431. And essentially, all savings are shown as green under a RAG rating, notwithstanding my earlier comment on the refinancing. Section 4.4 then picks up on the reserves, and first of all the general fund reserve, and based on the projections that I've outlined, the projected balance at the year end is 10.5 million. There are, as always, potential calls on that reserve, which indeed is why we have a reserve. One is flagged up there, the evolving historic child abuse issue, which may well result in quite significant costs coming through in time. Excuse me. Another key element in the reserves portfolio is the Repairs and Renewals Fund, and that's summarised at 444, together with the attended appendix. And we just give a short summary of each of the various service strands comprising that particular reserve before in 445 turning to the standard earmarked reserves, and you can see the half dozen or so elements that make that up. They tend to be pretty static month to month, so there's not really much, if anything, to report in terms of movement. 4.5, we just summarise some workforce positions, and this chimes with Councillor Coombs' earlier question on stats. So, as my colleague has said, we don't go back as far as was requested, but you can see comparative data in the table that's contained there. The other element in the revenue mix is the housing revenue account, and that's set out in section 4.6. It's a relatively short section, and that's primarily because the HRA is projected to be in line with budget at the year end, so no issues of any significant variances to report there. And that takes us, convener, back to the recommendations set out at the front end of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Snail. I don't think there's anything within this report that members haven't seen before and have been discussed in this committee before, particularly around the overspends in children's services. And there are mitigation proposals there as part of the Council of the Future to address the historical overspends in relation to that particular area. However, as a needs-based service, it is very, very difficult to be completely clear on exactly what funding is required, as you don't know what is going to come through the door. I don't know whether Mr Naylor wants to say anything in relation to that just now.
Just to say that the latest information we have is that the overspend figure in children and families social work corresponds almost exactly to the costs of providing through care and aftercare as a result of the 2014 Act. So the additional pressure that's been, as Mr Smale said, brought to councils across Scotland to continue to support young people past the age of 18 and indeed up to the age of 26 means that we are working towards a steady state position of knowing what that costs, and it's looking that it costs around 1.6 million. So that's something that moving forward will need to be built into our financial plans. As Councillor Meiklejohn has said, we have in play at the moment our Closer to Home strategy, and we had targeted savings of over £800,000 for this financial year. We are on track to meet these, so the situation is improving as a result of our transformation programme. The other thing I would say about the overall position is that the information that we have currently for the education side of the business, at the point that the figures were compiled here, we hadn't yet been through our school census, and ordinarily what happens is that the teacher staffing budget moves from a projected position that essentially is looking at all the staff that we think we might need before the term starts, but it traditionally moves to a much more favourable position once we count how many children there actually are and how many teachers are actually needing to be deployed in the ground. So the education side I would expect to improve in coming quarters.
Thank you. I would also just say that the issue about through care and aftercare is subject of discussions with COSLA at the moment, and I anticipate that will be something that will be taken to the government in due course. I'm glad that we appear to have a green light and all the rest of our savings going forward. Obviously, as we get closer to the year end, that may change, but hopefully it gives us a good base to start from and going forward in our budget planning. I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report. Councillor Bowes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Convener. Net expenditure on the General Fund is currently forecast to be 347 million, which is 77,000 below resources we have. Last year it was 1.966 over the resources. And although this is a positive move year on year, the report actually notes a change from the last report. It's going the other way, but that I see as being a positive move year on year. I was going to say something on, but I think Robert covered it well, on the overspend and the necessity that we actually need to do this. It's a conversation we've had, and you've told me quite exactly what is being done there. It's a spend that has to happen, and I think, and hopefully the change with Gary Place coming in will help that significantly. As ever, I thank Brian and his team for the production of the report, and importantly, and I'll speak to this corner, to the service directors for the prudence that you've shown and your running of each individual service. I don't think often enough that that's actually brought up. I'm happy to second the recommendations of the report with a particular focus, and this is again to use to the fourth recommendation to the service directors to take appropriate action to maintain the costs within their approved budgets, and I will add, as you have been doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowes. Okay, Councillor Reid.
Okay. On the question of the consequences of the change in the Children Act, that's a lack of foresight on the part of someone that the consequences would be increased expenditure. Whether it was civil servants or government, I'm not very sure, but I do understand it has been taken up by COSLA, and we hope that there will be a change there. Under education, there was projected overspends on operational costs, including energy. I wonder if that was compensated by the lack of energy in the municipal buildings in the evening.
Very possibly.
Because, as you well know, we've had evening meetings here. It's been positively Baltic. So, in fact, in one case, we had to move rooms, and Councillor Bowes missed out in the meeting. So I just wondered if the way I'm speaking and the way you're speaking.
It could well be the consequences of that, yes, indeed.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, why is there an overspend in energy in schools?
I don't know who can take that one, whether it's Robert or Brian that can give the explanation around the energy costs.
Can I come back to you on that, Councillor?
Sure,
I need to get some detail about why that's the case.
Right. That's fine, thank you. There's overspend, obviously, in the introduction of the burgundy bins, because we have to buy them presumably before we get the benefits from them. But when is it anticipated that will turn into a credit figure?
We didn't actually pay for the bins,
Right. All
which,
right.
which was good.
Of
We've got-
course,
we've got-
yes.
It was legitimate though.
My mistake, my mistake.
on the back of a lorry. Well, they did actually come off the back of a lorry.
But the employee costs involved.
they were funded by Zero Waste Scotland. The overspend in the service is until such time as we move to the to the charter compliant service, which is facilitated by the rollout of the Burgundy bins. So we have an expectation that we'll be back on budget by the beginning of next financial year, which is really our target, because the savings that we're making, the compensating savings that we're making in the service to cover the overspend have been identified as savings for next year. But at the moment we're projecting that should come to pass. But that's not to do with buying the bins, it's to do with the fact that our service was overspending previously.
Okay, my mistake in that case. There's a reduced income from the print works. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact we're now not receiving paper agendas.
Colin, that's your area.
There will be some impact from the fact that you don't receive paper agendas, but that was a saving which was agreed by the council sometime in the past. It's not a major part of the income of the print works, and in general I think the reduced income is just a reflection of the fact of reduced printing across the council and the broader public sector customers that the print works still have, but people are asking for fewer copies of whatever it is they're having printed, and I think that just reflects a general trend in life, that people are shifting towards more digital means of communication. It is something that we do have in mind, and when we go on to consider the Council of the Future report, it is one of the project is just looking to see what the future shape of the print works will be in the next decade.
I did have a quiet laugh at the MPs complaining about 3 days to consider a 500-page document when we have sometimes a week to consider an 800-page document. I'll just leave that one light on. Employee liabilities. There's a figure set aside of, what is it, 950,000 for voluntary severance, and so far 350,000 has been spent. But there's also a further reference to 2.1 million within spent to save. I just wondered how these figures will materialise, whether if we do intend to spend £2 million to save, when is that going to happen, and how will employees be affected?
There is a spend to save element, as you quite rightly say, within the reserves, part of which is there to cover VS voluntary severance. If you look at the projected staff savings reflected in the business plan, which we'll come on to shortly, over the coming years, there is quite a significant reduction in staff numbers, notwithstanding the point that my colleague made earlier that the position's a little bit confused, whereas in certain service areas, to meet the budget requirements, we are going to have to lose staff by voluntary means. But we do also have an injection of staff coming into the organisation, quite a significant injection, primarily but not exclusively through early years. So we're just looking to make sure that we're positioned to be able to afford those voluntary severances as and when they come into play over the coming years. So these reserves will be needed, they will be used.
Right. So does that affect the pension fund if all these people are to go?
No.
It's not a heavy burden?
No.
Okay. A final question, Convener, is that of TIF. I know it's a project that's going to take at least a decade in which to be finalised. It would be helpful, certainly to myself, to have an update, just be rather than that, what's been done, what is yet to be done, and what projected income there is over the next 5 years.
Yes, absolutely. We do report to members periodically on the progress of the TIF, because there is a work programme which members are required to approve. So I'm not quite sure when that's due to come back again, but obviously the primary, there's work that's to be undertaken. The next phase of work is at Junction 5, and then thereafter it's the Westfield roundabout improvements to the infrastructure there, and also to the bridge structure as well, which is there's been consultation on that recently, public consultation on that prior to the planning application coming in. So that's a very rough description of the works that are scheduled to come forward. That will be our primary project for the TIF, and that will be the one that will be its conclusion of the main investment. It's been very successful. Finance colleagues are content that the money is coming in, and we've created there's been a significant amount of additional commercial and industrial space created as a direct consequence of the investment, and obviously that's the principle upon which the investment zone, our investment zone, is moving forward as well. But we can certainly get some more detailed information to you, and we can certainly, I'll check and see when the next update report is due to come back to members.
Good, thank you. I did notice that 700 grand was transferred non-domestic rates, so it's a good start. Yeah. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. Robert, a couple of things regarding the overspend, if you don't mind. In relation to the looked after children, it's obviously a demand-led service, and we don't really have much control over it as far as the budget's concerned. What you did say was that it's a national problem, and I'm just wondering if there's scope for us to go back to the Scottish Government to try and get extra money to cover this. Are other local authorities doing that?
I think, as the leader mentioned earlier, this is something that's been brought up by councils across Scotland with COSLA, and COSLA are working on this and raising this matter with Scottish Government, because, as Councillor Reid said, what happened in 2014 was that there was the Children and Young People Act. It brought forward these different qualifying arrangements for young people to receive care much longer than usual. At that point, it was very, very difficult, as it is in Falkirk, to estimate how many young people would avail themselves of that new right. And as I said earlier, we're getting to the stage where we can begin to have data year on year to see what it is that we spend on through care and aftercare. Other councils are doing the same, and COSLA's pulling together their best estimate of what the additional cost is. And that will be, I am sure, discussed and debated with Scottish Government.
Okay, thanks for that. The other point, Convener, there's obviously a number of reports on here for noting. There's no decision being required as such. But by noting the report, it could be conceived or perceived that we're agreeing the content of these reports. And I just want to make it perfectly clear for our group's point of view, we're not agreeing the content. We're happy to note it, but we're not agreeing the content at this point. We'll deal with the financial side of things as part of the budget process.
Can I just make a statement in relation to that? These are factual reports that are prepared by officers, and these are not political reports. And Mr Smale is more than happy to come and speak to any of the groups around the figures that are contained within this. It's not prepared by members.
I'm happy just with the fact that it's minuted. Well, that's our group's position.
Councillor Alexander.
Convener, that's a bizarre statement.
It is indeed.
To be made. Absolutely bizarre.
I think it's quite sensible.
The reality is that these reports have been produced by professional officers. And if you're saying you don't agree with them, you're obligated to explain where you don't agree, why you don't agree. To come out with a statement as you've done, Councillor Nicholl, demeans the officers that are responsible for these reports, and I find that to be totally bizarre. The situation is that these reports are how they've always been presented. For long before I came into local government, the reports were presented in this particular manner, and quite rightly so. They've never been questioned in such a way in the past, and I would urge you seriously to withdraw your comment.
I'm not withdrawing it. No. I think it's a sensible position.
just so there's no confusion, it was Councillor Nimmo and not Councillor Nicholl.
Should I say Councillor Nicholl? Apologies. Apologies to Councillor Nicholl.
You wouldn't have come up with something like that.
Yeah.
But these are factual reports, and you're entitled to question officers in relation to the facts and the figures, should you so wish, and that these are not prepared by members. On that, are we happy to note the report?
Can I say, Convener, just before we do, if we look at page 69, the number of employees at the top of the page, the table there, the number of employees have actually gone up in the last 2.5 years. The last 2 years anyway, from what was inherited from Councillor Nimmo's administration.
Yeah. Councillor Coombs.
I wasn't going to mention it, but in response to that last statement by Councillor Alexander, it does say that a lot of the new posts are paid for from the Pupil Equity Fund, which, as alluded to earlier, is to do with the fact that the early years expansion has indicated that we do need more workforce. So I appreciate it's not a straightforward question that can be given a straightforward answer regarding the numbers of staff, but I still stand by the fact that the staff that we have are under increasing pressure, which says it in the report, 70% feel workplace stress. But what I was going to ask about was, and I'm trying to find, I had mentioned in my notes that although these lights are green, I think that it's a sort of flashing amber light, and it's helped by the one-off £4 million treasury. Brian loves it when I ask these questions. Now, I did ask about my understanding of that, the Audit Scotland change of procedures, which meant that we were able to plug in the 4 million, but I'm not seeing it here. Is that in the next report?
Yes.
Is that why I can't?
That's a future year. That 1.4 is different from...
No, there's 4 million coming from Audit Scotland somewhere.
No, but that's different. That's where we've been able to refinance our loans in order to gain. But that's in the next report. That's not within this report.
So that's not having an impact on the figures that we're looking at here.
There's a small amount.
It's not all 1 year. There's as you say, a significant 4 million kicking in the next financial year, and that's reflected in the business plan. But there's also, since we started work on this, benefits flowing through as reflected in the capital financing comments in this report, benefiting the current year. So that is a significant factor feeding into the 1.5 million saving on capital financing, which, as I said earlier, together with the grant element, happily counterbalances the overspend on children's services. But they are related, if that's the question.
That's
they are related.
the thing I was trying to get my head around. So this one-off change of accounting or whatever it is that they've decided to do, or change of refinancing loans, or the change of procedures is having a positive impact on the figures that are being reported here.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Not to the same scale, but from the same source, for the same reasons. Yeah.
Right. So we'll see that filtering through as a good thing over this year and next.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And hopefully beyond that as well, because it's not just a one-off.
It'll be recurring.
But we'll not get 4 million every year.
No. But
right. Because they've changed the way
that we're harnessing and are now freed to deploy.
So there will be a benefit.
Will be available. They're in the toolbox, and as opportunities present themselves going forward, we'll apply them. So there's an expectation the benefit of this will feed in beyond the 4 million, but almost certainly not to that scale. But it's not just a one-off. It's techniques we can apply on Treasury going forward. So we'll constantly be alert to the opportunity to harness additional savings.
Okay.
So it's all very positive, I would suggest.
Okay. So am I correct in saying then that where we are not meeting budgets, that means that we are going to have to dip into reserves for these overspends that have been discussed?
What happens at the end of the year is the aggregate position, which, if it turned out the way this report is showing, the projected position, accepting there's still, what, some 4+ months to go to the end of the financial year, if expenditure was below budget, i.e. we were in surplus, that would go in credit, i.e. increase the reserve, and the flip of that would be true as well. If we've spent more in aggregate than the budget available, that would then be a call on reserves to balance the budget. So it all comes together at the end of the year. Reserves will either go up or go down, dependent on what the overall net position actually is on the 31st of March. So all roads lead to the reserve at the end of the day.
Okay. I think this just highlights again the need to change the process that we use for budgeting, and because I don't think that the way we're currently doing it is working. But anyway, I'll not mention zero-based budgeting again for another 5 minutes.
Well, I think in the case of where the areas of overspend, particularly in children's services, zero-based budgeting wouldn't work because it's a needs-based service. So I think that would be very challenging to do that. Councillor Munro?
Is it not the case that there was an announcement in the last couple of weeks that the cost of borrowing to local authorities was going up from 0.8% over LIBOR to 1.8% over LIBOR, and are there implications in that for our council?
Yes, there's been a bit of hoo-ha from local government, unsurprisingly, on the back of that announcement. It did come somewhat from left field, and I don't think there's a proper transparency as to what actually drove the change. It could well be the trend, particularly from councils down south, some of which you may well have heard of, that have borrowed excessive, one may say, amounts to invest in commercial property. And there's been a strong pushback from the commercial sector, and that could well have been at least one of the factors encouraging the government to take that action, which would tend to discourage that sort of activity. From our own particular point of view, maybe two things to say. One is we take quite a prudent view of estimated interest rates when we're building up our budget. So inherent in that, there's a dampening effect. So it's not a case of we've built on a basis that's 1% lower than it's going to be, because we've already taken in a cautious view. We've already absorbed part of that. The other strand is that certainly in recent years, given the pressure that the revenue budget's been under, and accepting that costs from the capital programme flush through to revenue, we've adopted an approach that has sought to minimise borrowing. So we've not actually been borrowing that much on the general fund. Certainly on the HRA, there is a very big programme, and most of it is financed from the PWLB. So there'll be more of an impact on the HRA, but of course the HRA is statutorily self-financing. And maybe a third strand, just to note there for more of a complete picture, there has been an initiative mainly by English authorities to try and get together a capacity to facilitate the raising of finance through the bond market, which hasn't really taken off. It's been on the go for a couple of years now, but they've had great difficulty in enticing local authorities to partake in that. I suspect this announcement will give that initiative something of a fillip, and we may see which hasn't been the case, a move towards local authorities coming together to issue bonds rather than being financed through the PWLB. And we also note our bank has already been on, Royal Bank, saying that with that change, some of the products that they have that hitherto might not have been competitive, they're suggesting that they might be. So we'll probably see in the back of this tilt away from what tends to be the case for most councils, almost exclusively financing from the Public Works Loan Board, perhaps to a wider spread involving the market and possibly bonds as well. So it could be quite interesting in the reactions it triggers.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, the Public Loan Board interest rate is from the UK government interest rate raised.
Sorry, can I just add a point on that? The bond market couldn't make money at the set, but to compete with PWLB, and the increase has allowed the bond market to start looking at it because they can see a potential for a return. So we're moving away from government support of it to private market support.
And there could be quite risks associated in doing that. Absolutely.
It does make home borrowing more expensive.
It does indeed. It does indeed. Okay, are we happy to note the report?
Convener, I'd just like to ask Brian a wee bit about the MPDO insurance contracts and ask when we'll get a final figure on that, the rebate.
Yeah, I'm conscious the same narrative has appeared in this report as was in the previous report, and I've been looking to speak to colleagues to get a better handle on where this sits and where we might get a conclusion. It's primarily the company that's responsible for engaging with the broker, but we all have an interest in trying to reverse what the insurance broker is trying to do. So I would anticipate for the next meeting we would at least be able to give you a sharper update, if not having the position resolved one way or another.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to item 9, which is a revenue budget medium-term financial plan. Ryan, again, it's with you.
Yes, thank you, Convener. This is a slightly expanded version of the report that was recently submitted to the member budget.
Item 9, which is a revenue budget medium-term financial plan. Ryan, again, it's with you.
Yes, thank you, Convener. This is a slightly expanded version of the report that was recently submitted to the member budget working group, and essentially provides updated budget gaps. They haven't changed much, and also shows you the savings options that have been identified by officers to date. I would emphasise no decisions in that respect are being asked from members today. It's for information. And we also say something about the position in terms of engagement with our stakeholders. Section 4.1 gives economic context. I think all we can say there is uncertainty is the prevailing theme. We're going to have a budget, Westminster budget, on the 6th of November. That's been deferred. We potentially might have a general election on the 12th of December, which of course is the date scheduled for the Scottish Government budget and the announcement of our settlement. So, as I say, that perhaps illustrates how uncertain and turbulent the operating environment is. In 4.2, we pick up on the updated budget gaps. As I say, they are largely as were before. It's been more refinements to the figures rather than anything major. You'll note that in one of the appendices, in a bar chart format, we take these central projections and provide outliers, both optimistic and pessimistic, for each year. So you get a sense of the spectrum of possible movement, and it is a very wide spectrum. and it is emphasised, these are projected budget gaps. It's our best attempt looking into the future. In 4.3 and the related appendix, Appendix 2, we set out the savings identified to date. This is very much work in progress. We need to generate and identify more options to bring before members as we approach the point when you actually have to make the hard decisions to balance the budget. That's statutory requirement. You can see the table at 432, which summarises the position. So for each of the 5 years, and bearing in mind we've rolled 1 year forward, so 1920 drops out and a new 24-25 appears. And you can see from the column under the heading of 24-25 a series of dashes, which perhaps unsurprisingly reflects the fact, having just moved that into play, we still need to start the work to plug the gap for that year. But the other 4 years in the table, you can see how we're placed for each of the service areas there. With respect to the Trust and the IGB in the top half of the table, these are figures that the Trust and the IGB have been asked to provide by the Council, and it will be for both those entities to come forward with proposals as to how that might be achieved. And indeed, with respect to the IGB, there will be a focus on the IJB's business plan at the Member Budget Working Group in late November, and that in turn will go on to the Council meeting in early December. With respect to the Trust, members will recall that a decision has been taken to defer the timeline for the submission of their plan to the 6th of January. So in consequence, that business plan won't go to December, which hitherto has been the norm. Section 4.4 picks up on engagement with the public. It builds on the quite extensive survey that was done before, and you can see in that section 4.4.3 the various bullets there, just as a reminder of what came out of that exercise. And we'll be looking to take that forward and build on that core data. And as that section notes, part of it, I think, is looking to better inform the public as to what the Council actually provides. And I think there's a fair amount of misunderstanding on that regard. 4.5 related, well, maybe just before I move on to 4.5, just picking up in the last para in that section 4.4.4, just noting the important elements of community council engagement, which we'll look to do shortly, actually. And my colleague will be making appropriate arrangements for engagement with parent councils, again, as standard protocol as the budget rolls forward. The other important stakeholder element relates to staffing, our workforce, and the trade unions in that frame as well. And again, in section 4.5, we set out how that has been and will be progressed over the coming months. To give a more complete picture, and with an eye to the focus that Audit Scotland and our external auditors have in long-term planning, in 4.6, we cover some elements of that. One may say, given what I was saying earlier, as to the uncertain climate at the moment, projecting a couple of weeks forward is challenging enough, never mind going beyond 5 years. Nevertheless, as is noted in 4.6.2, within our framework, we do already naturally have a number of strands that are forward-looking in terms of demographic data. the management of our 230 million debt portfolio. We have a housing model projecting forward 50 years. So there's a lot that's already happening. And in para 463, we give one specific example of an item moving from a long-term horizon into our medium-term horizon in terms of the, well, looming's perhaps too strong a word, but the end of the Class 98 schools project in 2025. Section 4.7 just picks up on a number of related strands that we think are helpful to bring into the frame for members' attention. In 4.7.2, we note the changes in the tax regime, both with specific taxes that are in play in one shape or form, tourist tax and the workplace parking levy. And of course, there's the Scottish Parliament commitment to review council tax after the next election. I alluded earlier to our auditor friends. As you know, we are now scheduled to have a significant best value follow-up next year, and unquestionably the issue of financial sustainability will be a key area that they will focus on. In other words, how credible is the Council's position in closing its projected budget gaps? There's no question that will be the case. A related point in terms of the Accounts Commission in 474, them majoring on the point that it's the responsibility of all councillors to help balance the budget. It's not just landed in the lap of the administration. The council as an entity has a clear responsibility for identifying the necessary savings and achieving the statutory requirement for a balanced budget. And also noting that notwithstanding the focus on this paper is on the revenue budget, there are parallel work streams well in play on the HRA, which will come to members, to council in January rather than February, which has been the arrangement in recent years, and also the General Services Capital Programme, which again will come to members in the not too distant future. And the report wraps up with a timetable, milestones from here on in through to the budget meeting late in February. So still a number of steps to go. And having said that, Convener, just returning to the recommendations at the front of the paper.
Thank you, Brian. It is a wee bit of a moving feast with regard to having sort of information to plan upon, but that's the turbulent political times that we're in, and either way, I think as a council we need to look at the best information that our financial officers can give us and plan accordingly. The Revenue Budget Medium-Term Financial Plan is, again, just to make a statement quite clearly, this is an officer's report, not an administration report. It's a factual report of where we are, and it contains a number of officer proposals that have still to be discussed by all the political groups, and feedback given to them in due course in relation to what would be deemed acceptable or otherwise. And if it's not acceptable, then alternatives have to be sought. It is recognised that there are options above what is required to meet the budget gap, but there'll be things in here that members will not wish to take. It's recognised that, and that more options will need to be found. They may not be any more desirable than what's in front of us, but it's a process we have to go through. This report is very consistent for this time of year. The difference I think that we've now moved into is it's over a 5-year rather than a 2 or a 3-year scenario planning, and that is seen very much as good financial practice by the auditors, and it's one that can help create that financial stability within the council that we really need to do in order to be able to sustain the jobs and maximise wherever possible and be able to deliver good quality public services, which is what we're all here to do. I do hope that we're able to have some constructive discussions across the political groupings as we go forward in the budget process, and be able to discuss at an early stage people's views with regard to the options that are on the table and what the alternatives may be. I'm therefore happy to move the report. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. This has already been said on this report. This is officers saving options, and I understand they're looking at potentially bringing forward more. We have a joint working group which is equally represented by all parties, and obviously there could be other ideas coming from all parties. As it says, again, I must be getting used to reading your reports, Brian, because the one thing I wanted to bring in was the Audit Scotland thing, where they talk about as the council, and they don't talk about the administration must do, or a individual party must do. It's the council must do, and in that, I think the joint budget working group is a place, obviously, to be doing that. And I would hope they would never be misrepresented as the administration's savings. I know that this is the so-called, well, the options that you put forward, but every year so far, and I've only been here a couple of years, we seem to do an awful lot of work looking at what the options are. We then look at how we can lessen any impacts of them, how we can improve them, and if we're not going to take them, is come up with other options on how we're actually going to get to the legally required balanced budget. On that, and we're again right at the start of the budget process, and it was interesting last week when the Chancellor was saying that yes, there was going to be a budget on the 6th or the 11th. I understand Dominic Cummings at the same time was briefing that there wasn't going to be a budget at the same time. Seems that Dominic Cummings was correct. Now, obviously, with this coming up with a potential of general elections, that's going to move that as well. That gives us a number of problems, obviously, because we don't have the figures going to come down to what's going to come to us either from Westminster or Holyrood. Again, Brian, I know you've just out your apprenticeship on this accountancy thing, but I really, the work that you've done, and I've seen you doing and been working with you to see various things. I really do appreciate the work that you do on that to give us some sort of realistic figure. If you looked at the budget gaps on it, and we're working on the median ones here rather than the high or the low, but as we have done every year, we work on the middle ground. But these move every day. I know they do. And sometimes they move quite big in one way, and sometimes they move quite big in the other way. But it's very much a live thing. I'm very pleased about the continuation on the engagement, including public, trade unions, community councils, parent councils. And I think that's very, very important. And I think the way that we now look and we actually do some reasonable amount of horizon scanning, which again I think Audit Scotland are really pushed quite strongly that we should be doing horizon scanning and actually looking at what's coming to us. Although, as you say, at this moment in time, it's kind of hard to see beyond a couple of days, but using your expertise and your professionalism and others in the officer side, you have produced a report which allows us to at least get the process moving. So with that, I'm happy to second this report.
Okay, thank you. Open it up to any questions. Councillor Reid.
I think year after year, Convener, just as long as I've been here, there's been a desire to have multi-annual settlements, so we can have multi-annual budgets. But again, our hopes are dashed this year, and it's no way to run a big business, really. It's frustrating. But Westminster have decided not to do a multi-year settlement. I'm quite interested in the engagement with the public, and there's to be a more educational process to be put in place. I think that's long overdue, because most of the questions are, the answer is black or white. There's no allowance for anything on the grey side. And the one that springs to my eye immediately is the vast majority think that funding for gala days and community events should be withdrawn or reduced. Now, Bowness Fair is a community event, it's certainly not a gala day. And if anybody watched the Scottish television programme on it last week, to say that the funding for that should be withdrawn, I wonder how many of the 71% or 77% came from Bowness or the immediate area, because this is a event of European standards, and the revenue that it must bring to Bowness for hairdressers, fingernails, and that's just the men, by the way, and is immense. You know. So, if I was a member of the public who was not from that area and asked should gala days, sorry about that, funding should be cancelled, I would probably answer yes. So it's a big educational process to be going through with the public.
It is, and I think some of our locality planning work should help with what around that budget setting process, because that will be something that is more focused on particular areas, the smaller centres of population, and getting their particular views. So I think there is a lot of work to be done. It really is about empowering our communities and giving them the information and the tools as well to be able to make good decisions and direct their views to council accordingly. And that's not an easy thing to do. Engaging with the public or getting them to engage with us is a challenge, but it's one that we continue to push. And our empowering communities, and again our new citizens panel, I don't know if there's anybody who is able to say anything around that here today. Stuart?
Yeah, thanks. I'll say a bit about the empowering communities work. Members will know that that's one of the 5 work streams that we've got within our council of the Future Change programme. So we've done a piece of work to try and collate everything that we do internally to try and pull it together into one place. We're working with our partners in the voluntary sector to add what it is that they do, and then once we've got that plan together, the intention is in the new year to go out and speak to our communities so that we've got an idea of what it is that they are looking for us to do, and we can match what it is that we're doing against what it is that the public are looking for us to do as a council.
It's just that Councillor Gardner joined us at Bowness Fair last year. I'm sure I heard them saying it's even better than Denny.
Did I say that?
Yeah, I'm sure I
Did
did.
you record that?
Yeah.
But Denny is a gala day. Okay, any other questions relating to Councillor Nimmo?
Convener, I'm not sure if you actually moved the report or not. It's just I've got an amendment. Jack's got copies if he wants to just
I
hand
did
it
move
out.
the report, Councillor Bice seconded.
At the risk of repeating what Councillor Reid has just said, when you see the success of the Bowness Fair in the TV programme last week about Bowness, then you look at page 85 and it's highlighted that 77% of consultees thought the Gala Day funding should be stopped. I don't think that the people of Bowness, Grangemouth or even Grahamston, to name but a few, would be pleased about that. We will not condone cuts to the Gala Day budget for the small amount of money that's involved. Also, the IGB can't possibly sustain 10.8 million of cuts over the next 5 years. Our older people and our most vulnerable deserve better. The IGB got around 65 million from the Council General Fund to run most of adult social care, yet they're being asked to take a hit of 10.8 million over the next 5 years on a demand-led service. The biggest cut out of all the council services. This is a huge sum, 2.16 million each year, when the IGB has done a huge amount of work to keep within budget in a service that used to overspend each year. How did that figure come about? You've got to ask yourself that. It's a huge sum to ask on a demand-led service with regard to demographics and increased pressure on services. Convener, the Labour Group has serious concerns about budget proposals and the process involved, so we're obviously bringing forward this amendment and I'm happy to move it.
Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Convener.
Okay, we have a 5-minute recess. Thank you for that. Can I say I'm not prepared to accept your amendment. We have a process that has been set up for many years now, and we have a budget working group, and that is where the information is shared with the groups, and there's an ability to have these open discussions amongst the political groups. It's unfortunate the Labour group have chosen over the last number of years not to participate constructively within that group, unlike our other colleagues, and work together to develop a budget going forward. They've attended, yes, but not actually engaged within the process, and not brought forward any proposals, suggestions, and not actually had any collaboration in actually developing a budget going forward. And that is what we as a council as a whole are tasked to do. And that's really disappointing. And I had hoped that there would have been far greater engagement with all members. What we have in front of us today, which I think has been misrepresented, particularly by your amendment, is a paper for noting. There are no decisions being asked for. No decisions being asked for at this time, whether it be about galleries or whether it be about service-based changes or indeed anything that's financially related to the budget going forward. We don't have an information available from government to know the state of play. Therefore, to start to have to make decisions at this stage would be totally inappropriate to do that, and there has to be time and a process given. Therefore, I'm happy to continue to remain and move the report and not accept the amendment. Any other member? Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Convener. Convener, in the many years that I've known you, I've always known that you are a person that when you give an assurance, you stick to your word, and I think and appreciate that over the years. I've just heard you say that these items that are before us in this report are merely for noting, which ties in with my own view that this is something that I'm very familiar with. And by allowing this to pass today, it doesn't indicate in any way that I'm or my group are supportive of all the measures in here. Some, unfortunately, will be necessary to be implemented, but there are many things in here that, to use the common phrase today, that I would certainly be dying in a ditch to stop. And I think you know some of them without me having to repeat them. So with the assurances that you've given, Convener, I'm certainly content to accept the recommendations, and I in no way at all feel that I've just suddenly signed up to things that I have fought against for many, many years. It is merely the menu, and like in any restaurant, some things on the menu are more palatable than others, but the time for me ordering is not yet. It will come at a later date, and that is when I will, and my group will pick and choose the ones that are acceptable and the ones that aren't acceptable. So but that is not today.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl. And can I say that my own group haven't had the opportunity to discuss all of the options either, and we will have to go through a similar process, that not everything here will be palatable, and some may be less palatable than others, and that is a process that we all have to go through in due course. Okay. And in which case I think we need to move to the vote.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, the motion consists of the recommendations in the report moved by you and seconded by Councillor Bowes, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Nimmo and seconded by Councillor Bissett. Councillor Alexander. Motion. Councillor Bissett. Amendment. Councillor Bowes. Motion. Councillor Coombs. Amendment. Councillor Garner. Motion. Councillor Harris. Motion. Councillor Hughes. Motion. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe. Motion. Councillor Nicholl. Motion. Councillor Nimmo. Amendment. And Councillor Reid. Amendment. Convener, there were 8 votes for the motion, there were 4 for the amendment, and the motion is accordingly carried.
Thank you. Move on to the Council's 5-year business plan. Mr Ritchie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And this picks up on the report that Brian's just presented and uses much of the data contained within the last report. So the business plan report updates the business plan from the version that was presented to committee in May by the Chief Executive. This version reflects the inclusion of additional projects to give members more choice when it comes to making budget decisions, and we've spoken about that a number of times already this morning. The report highlights the criticality of a number of projects in meeting the budget gaps, not just in 2021, but over the life of the business plan, and those projects are highlighted in the 2 pie charts included in the report. The report provides information on the work of the Council of the Future Board since the last update provided to elected members, provides information on successes in the last few months of the Council of the Future Change Programme, and we also provide information on the engagement that we continue to have with employees across the Council, and that's a programme of work that's been ongoing since 2017, so really is business as usual for us. As a reminder for members, the business plan provides a framework to consider future budget decisions. It does not ask for budget decisions to be taken at this time. The business plan now provides savings options that cover about 96% of the estimated budget gap over the course of the 5 years. Again, as we've mentioned on a number of occasions this morning, more work will be done to continue to seek more projects in order to add to the list of savings that we have and provide members with more options to consider when it comes to budget decision time. Finally, Convener, I'd like to finish on paragraph 5.1, which talks about consultation and engagement with key stakeholders. So we've had various meetings and engagement sessions with trade unions, with our employees. All 3 political groups have received briefings on the business plan, and you'll see in that paragraph, as I've mentioned at 5.1, there's a significant dialogue ongoing in relation to the business plan and its development. The intention is we'll update the business plan probably on a 6-monthly basis, so something will come back towards the end of the spring for consideration as the next iteration of the business plan. We've spoken about Audit Scotland. Audit Scotland will have an interest in our business plan, long-term financial planning, and Brian mentioned that earlier on as well, so they'll be keen to see that, having identified the estimated size of the budget gaps going forward, do we have sustainable projects in place in which we can bridge that gap. Having said that, Convener, the recommendations are set out in section 2 of the report. Happy to answer any questions members have.
Thank you, Mr Ritchie. This is the third in the suite, and perhaps this maybe gives some of the more detailed information that Councillor Nimmo has been looking for in the business planning approach, and this allows us to manage our budget gaps and indeed how we are going to meet those budget gaps going forward without the traditional form of salami slicing, which is no longer sustainable. That is what we have before us. Again, it's up to members to be able to feed into the process to see whether or not there are things in here that they don't like, or what the things that they want to see explored as an alternative. but I think you can clearly see that there's a significant level of savings already been identified in order to fund the budget gap and going forward, and that is in a much better position than we have been in the past. And as things get harder to do and we have to rely on the changing ways of delivering services, it's really important that we do that in a managed way and actually start to achieve some of the efficiencies while focusing our resources and delivering services that are particularly face-to-face to our most vulnerable people. We're being asked to note what's here in this report and the Refresh Council of Future programme, and that further options be identified and brought forward to members in order to be able to sustain that 5-year programme going forward. So I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Bowes.
Leader, can I formally second and reserve the right to come back in?
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Reid.
I could ask a question on the good work that's been done by the various boards and the board's children. Is there any possibility of the benefits being extended to the third sector? You know, could we give advice? Could we act as consultees for improving their service as well? The reason I ask is that the sensory centre, of course, is part of the council, but our folk were out there changing their system, their phone system, and I just thought it'd be a good idea if we could extend that and perhaps achieve savings to ourselves through it.
That's certainly something that we could look at, is being able to engage with organisations such as the Sensory Centre and see how we can support them with a business model going forward.
Yeah, it could be that. Is actually we then achieve savings ourselves.
Yeah. Happy to look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, convener. There's no argument that the Council of Future does do good work. However, as you said, it's about not doing salami slicing, but doing bigger and deeper cuts, and I don't have to repeat why, but we're just consistently having our budgets cut. The main thing I'm trying to get my head around is there a comparison between the savings in the medium-term financial plan and this 5-year business plan, because they all seem to be sort of skirting around the same thing. Is there a document or a facility somewhere that pulls all this together?
I think one feeds the other, essentially. Stuart?
It's the same savings, but just expressed in a different way. So I think, as Brian said, in the medium-term financial plan report, the savings are expressed in terms of savings coming from the 3 council services, the IJB, the Trust. In the Council of the Future report, it's the same savings, but we're expressing them through the 5 work streams that have been set up. So it is the same saving. We're just expressing them instead of on a vertical basis. We're trying to express them on a horizontal basis in the Council of the Future report.
I just think that sometimes my understanding of it is that we're seeing the headlines and the rhetoric which seems to say this is all fabulous and wonderful, but as always the devil's in the detail, and I think we need to see more detail around these savings, because as we've already discussed, sometimes something can be put forward as a saving, but does it actually formulate itself into a savings at the end of the day? We see these big banner headlines, we're going to save this money, but then a year later it hasn't happened. It's just a concern I have.
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's a good point that Councillor Coombs makes. So members will be familiar with the process that we've gone through in previous years, where the medium-term financial medium-term financial report that you have just considered has the savings identified in terms of maybe a couple of lines, couple of sentences, but then there's a granular detail that sits behind that, and there's an individual sheet that sits for each savings that tells you what the EPIA status is, what consultations being carried out, will the saving be achieved by voluntary means, etc. And that's the kind of information that we'll start to get into in the budget working group once we get past today's meeting.
Okay, Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Convener. This report shows very clearly the way in which the change programme through Council of the Future is driving savings, but at the top we're still reporting the Trust and the IJB out with that. Are there any plans for the IJB and the Trust to look at working in this way in order to facilitate savings in a similar fashion?
The IJB is already, I understand, looking at the 5-year plan, as is the Trust, although obviously the overlay of the decisions in June have the Trust have had to go back and relook at their business plan accordingly. But they are working in a similar 5-year plan. Patricia, do you want to?
We are part of Council of the Future in the IGB, but obviously we've got a large budget from health and really looking at the challenges of integrating that budget. But you'll see from the work we've done on home care and the learning disability review that we're taking the same approach, looking at transformation and how we can actually deliver better outcomes and at the same time be more efficient. So we're closely tied in to the work of Council for the Future and are adopting the same principles.
Okay. Any other member? Councillor Bowes?
I'd reserve the right, sorry. Yeah, obviously been involved with Council of the Future for the last year and a half or so. I found it very interesting that there's never been a presentation done for one of the ideas coming forward by a director. It's members of staff who do these presentations. It's members of staff's ideas. And that's worked through the organisational side. It's on the last page, but it's them that are presenting it. And I think most of the people that have been on it have appreciated the fact that it's coming from them, and the ideas are coming from them. Yes, and I do understand about monitoring it, and very much there is a situation where you have a person who's responsible. I think, I don't know, is that a PR they're called, or RP, responsible person for each individual line that's on there. There's also reports coming back. It allows us to ask, as Council of the Future, as Kenneth knows well, is that we will ask the question, how is it and why is things not moved, or can things be accelerated? Excuse me. Where things are going well, can they be accelerated? Is another question which I'm sure I've heard once or twice, especially from myself, because when obviously you see really good things happening, you think, well, can we improve? Can we do more of that? So I think the way it's set up, and it's possible to answer a question from earlier on, this is part of the monitoring, and within that there is officers who are monitoring individual projects and being responsible for those projects. And if you look at a number of pages through this report, and you can actually see the things that have been achieved by it. And I do like, Councillor Reid's idea about extending it to the third sector.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're happy to accept. Okay, thank you. Item 11 is the strategic property review. Mrs. Geisler.
Thank you for that, Convener. Yes, this report this morning is intended to do two things. It's to update members on progress of the SPR, which you're quite familiar with, and the various work streams, and it's also providing to members today a draft strategy, strategic property strategy, and an implementation plan for taking the outcomes of the review forward. The Council has 6 asset classes, including property, which is what we're really talking about today, but the other assets, you have a significant number of assets in the form of housing and roads and infrastructure particularly. But as I say, this report today is considered restricting itself to consider the issues around property class. The strategic property review has taken quite some time and a significant amount of effort and resources from people, and I'm joined with my colleague Craig Isdale today who's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. But it's a key strand of delivering the ambitions that are set out in the business plan that we've just been talking about via the Council of the Future programme, which we've also been talking about. The Council is transforming itself, and our approach to property will need to transform as well. The review has concluded that we have, and this is no surprise to anyone sitting in this room, that we have too many properties, many of which are unsuitable for modern ways of working, and most of which are in poor condition. We need to move towards the opposite of this, and by rationalising our assets and improving those which we retain. The review has recommended that a corporate approach is taken to rationalising and modernising the council's portfolio, and this is a practice that's undertaken throughout many councils up and down the land. It gives one focus point for managing the property assets, albeit that the decisions in relation to how they are managed and the strategic decisions around how they are managed will obviously still be taken by members. There are some main principles of the review. These are described in paragraph 3.6 of the report. I'll pick out a couple of these. These are about sharing spaces amongst ourselves and potentially with partners, and we need to be able to work flexibly as well from a range of locations. We need to dispose of properties that are not fit for purpose, either through a community asset transfer or through more conventional means, and that there needs to be investment in those we retain, which can obviously be part funded by the receipts from disposals, and also our capital programme needs to be aligned to reflect the decisions that are made around property assets. There's work ongoing in relation to the project, which will link in with the locality planning work that colleagues are undertaking within the council, and obviously there'll be more reports come back to members in relation to specific proposals and a way forward in a similar way as we've talked about already today, the TIF programme coming to members and other programmes of work that we undertake. So the draft property strategy, which is attached to the report as Appendix 1, and as we say at paragraph 4.1, that includes the overall vision, which is to have a property portfolio which basically is necessary for what it needs to do. There have been a number of key objectives that are contained within the strategy, and these are contained in detail from page 159 of your report onwards, and these are described not particularly interestingly as Objective 1 to 5. Objective 1 relates, as I mentioned, to the issue of property being managed corporately. This is a recommendation that's come via SIPFA, who are working with us to develop the particular model of corporate approach that we would take in the form of a corporate landlord. We need to approach managing this class of assets in a joined up way moving forward. That's going to be critically important to make sure that we get the best out of the assets and make the correct decisions in relation to investments. There needs to be business cases for each of the investment decisions that are being made. We need to regularly review what our assets are, and we need to have a robust maintenance regime in place to make sure that the assets that we do retain and invest in don't fall into disrepair in the way that our previous assets have. Objective 2, the assets must clearly meet the needs of the service delivery needs and also needs of those who use our services. So as we say in the report, it's about having the right property in the right location. We need that now, but we're going to need it in the future even more when you consider the provisions that are contained within the business plan that's been referred to already. Objective 3 is about value for money and being affordable. We can't pay for what we can't buy things we don't have money for, and we can't waste money on anything, especially not property, because that can prove to be a significant unnecessary burden on precious council resources, which again we've spoken about today. We need to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Council investment can be a major contributor to stimulating regeneration. We have heard today already about the importance of sustainability in our property portfolio moving forward. We should be aiming for zero carbon. We will be aiming for zero carbon. And Marie Claire's away, but she would agree with me if she were still here. And furthermore, obviously, we've seen through the years, through the generations, that investment in publicly owned property can make be of significant value to the public realm. Objective 5 is about working with partners. I've already mentioned about sharing amongst ourselves and also with others, and that produces shared opportunities as well. All public sector organisations are increasingly being asked to consider their property assets as what's called one public estate. And that delivers efficiencies of scale. It gives a better offering for service users if you're going to one place to access a number of public services, and it also helps to improve relationships between and amongst the partners as well. So that's the objectives. We have 3 work streams in the implementation plan, and these are based on categories of property that we have. Work stream 1 relates to the learning estate and community-based services, and you'll see the detail on that starting at page 155. And these are things like our secondary school, our school assets and facilities. And these, the learning estate, because of decisions that have been made previously within the council, can often be the best assets that we have. We see that regularly, but also more importantly, they're very often sitting in the heart of communities, so they're close to the people that we serve. But furthermore, that I think there's a level of community investment in these assets. Many people use schools. Obviously, lots of people, their children go to the schools or they use them for other activities. And clearly, there is a degree of ownership, community ownership from school facilities. So we need to look at using the school estate for other council services. We need to increase the use of that, increase the use for other uses by the community. We need to enhance the school estate. As I say, it's some of our better assets, so we need to make use of them and invest. And there's also the investment in learning estate fund that government has recently announced as part of its programme for government, and we'll be tapping into that as well. So in terms of what's been happening there's been the public consultation exercise, which members know about, that was decided by council previously. There's been the coming to the end in relatively short space of time of the PPP schools contract, how that will impact on the estate, and there's a pilot being worked on in Braes High School in respect of community access. There's already community access there. It's about looking to develop a model for use that we can roll out throughout all of the school estate. Work stream 2 is described as specialist assets, so there'll be things like the crematorium, not much sharing you want to go on there, sports and leisure service active premises, and also premises used for delivery of adult services. So again, we're looking to see how the locality-based reviews are going to impact on those specialist services, and obviously we'll be working very close with Patricia and her colleagues in the IGB in relation to the services they're going to look to provide. In terms of the work we've been doing here, there's a lot of work being done on developing thinking around the Arts Centre, and there's a separate report on the agenda about that today. And there's the work on the community asset transfer opportunities that come along. There's now a procedure in place, and we're starting to see that being implemented. Work stream 3 is around offices and HQ, and again the HQ, there's a report on our HQ later on in the agenda. But there's a need for us to have front-facing offices. We've already reduced those from 11 to 5 on the work that's been done on the review to date. And there's a summary on page 143 of work that's ongoing. There is a table attached to Appendix 1 in very small writing, which provides a proposed asset rationalisation programme. This is critically important that we get rid of assets that we're not going to be retaining moving forward. And what I'm suggesting at paragraph 4.4 of the report is that we bring together the outcomes of the work we've done on the SPR and this proposed rationalisation programme, and have a workshop with involving all members and look at these assets on a localities basis, so that can feed into the outcome of the consultation process I've mentioned earlier on, the public consultation process, and the outcome of this workshop involving members. will then feed into the strategy to develop the proposals moving forward. I think it's critically important that members are involved in this process in that level of detail. Normally you wouldn't expect to do that, but you do have an unparalleled knowledge of your communities and the community assets and use and how your communities feel about things. And so your involvement in this would be absolutely essential and valuable in my view. It's an exercise that the Chief Executive led amongst officers. I think we found it very useful, so I'm hoping members will find it useful too. And that forms one of the recommendations in the report. Consultation, I've touched on the consultation exercise that's already ongoing, looking at the principles of the SPR, and I've also picked up the workshop that we will be looking at later on, possibly in November. Financial implications significant, as you would expect. There's already been a number of disposals which have netted us a significant sum in capital receipts which are available for reinvestment in property as I've described, and there's a number of community asset transfer considerations going on. There is a funding in the capital programme to deliver and the revenue budget to deliver the work on the SPR, and there will also be a requirement, as I've mentioned already, where significant investments are proposed in retained assets for business cases to be prepared and to support any investment moving forward. And there are a couple of sections I would wish to mention here in terms of the implications. One is risk. There is a very high risk to the council if we don't move forward on this agenda. Buildings will fail. It will happen on a random basis rather than a managed basis, and that will have a significant impact on service delivery. Sustainability, environmental impact. Again, you've heard this morning how critical that is going to be to our agenda moving forward. We have to move towards a zero carbon agenda. We're not going to be able to do that because not all the buildings will be new build, but we should get as close as possible to zero carbon as we can do. And Council of the Future, this is, as I mentioned, a key strand of the Council of the Future work streams, which in turn underpin the whole of the 5-year business plan. So that's a quick race through the report, Convener. The recommendations are contained in paragraph 2, and that's to agree the draft property strategy and implementation plan, obviously subject to the consultation work that I've described, agree the workshop particularly to go forward, and agree that following the outcomes of the consultation I've described in the workshop, that we report back to members with a finalised strategy for approval.
Thank you, Mrs Geisler. There was a lot in that. I appreciate that, that there's a lot in the report, and that's why there's no decisions at this stage, because it's recognised that there has to be further dialogue around the detail. But what we shouldn't forget is that the principles that were agreed in 2016 have actually delivered on savings for the Council going forward, and this isn't entirely detached from the previous reports in which we've discussed around the financial sustainability of the Council over the next 5 years, and it has to be taken within that context. There is the ability there, and through some of the locality work, is to look at what we can release that can then create some investment that can be reinvested back within the locality within some of our buildings. But that may well be around office accommodation, it may be around shared services, or it may be around community facilities. But I think that is the detail that we now have to start to get into, and that's where the workshop with members, to give them the information around what's in their locality, what the condition of the properties that are in the locality are, what the community actually wants, needs, and how that can then be delivered going forward. But having to take into account, as it's been very clearly said, our financial, our environmental sustainability as much as our financial sustainability, and pushing that agenda into zero carbon, and that's where there's likely to be the need to invest. We need to continue to embrace modern and flexible working, and having the feedback I have got from going round, particularly the advice hubs as the staff have actually embraced that. They find having that flexibility of being able to have the touchdown spaces and to actually to be out doing that front face-to-face work is actually very rewarding, and they actually feel that they're far more engaged within their communities than having previous office-based roles. So I think there are some really positive things that we've already done. It is a process that we're going through, but I think it's also right that we take time, take stock and actually get into some of the detail with members, and hence the reason that the workshop needs to take place with members initially, and then we need to start to look at speaking to our communities. But at least members then have the information that they can actually take those messages out. So I'm happy to agree the report as per the recommendations. Councillor Bowes.
Thanks, Convener. I think your throat thing's starting to
Yes.
affect me. I don't know how it did that across the room. But anyway, okay. Before becoming a councillor, I was listening to an economist in the radio who was talking about one of the biggest challenges for local authorities throughout the UK, not just in Scotland, is that they tend to be married to bricks and mortar. And they said they just have to come away from that. Local authorities have to focus on the service, delivery of the service, and not be so married to the bricks and mortar. I think this report is taken as maybe not divorcing us, but a trial separation on the bricks and mortar. But I think also, as I went through it, that it's very much that it doesn't say that it's shutting that down and the services will all disappear. It's about removing a certain amount of, I mean, for references, page 153 is basically the initial findings. The council has 296 operational properties extending over 378,000 square metres. And then the item after that, to be honest, it shocked me when I read it. Of council total property assets, circa 80% are occupied by less than 10 full-time equivalent staffs. That's quite a shocking fact. Yeah. But this is looking for us to be having co-working and actually using our properties more efficiently, more effectively. To me, it just seems, I hate to use the word common sense, but it seems a sensible approach. I do like the fact that there's going to be the East, Central and West discussions with elected members, so that there'll be proper input, and on top of that, consultation over and above that as well. This is a massive piece of work. I understand it's 2016, 2015, 2016. This actually started under the previous administration. And I'd always heard about the mythical SPR, and it's actually it's interesting. It's interesting to see it coming forward, and it makes just common sense, to be honest with you, to if we can use our buildings more efficiently. And yes, there will be some buildings that will have to go, but this is to hopefully then be able to invest. I mean, the investment numbers that are also on page 153 explains how much investment potentially would be required. And if we keep trying to maintain buildings which are massively under-occupied, that is just going to cost us more money. If you go on to, and again, to make the report almost easy, you can go on to page 164, which is the risks on it. And the risks on it basically cover you as a breakdown service. I'm not going to go through all of them, because I think somebody would be telling me to cut it short. But with that, and genuinely with a belief that the important thing here is that we maintain service, and that we should honestly be able to be looking at, we have to break away from this. I've got to keep the bricks and mortar. You've got to keep some bricks and mortar, but the right amount to allow you to deliver the service. And if we can do that, the council will actually start to move forward, because as I said, it's just a massive amount of property we've got. So with that, I happily second the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Convener. very pleased to see this review. I think we would have benefited had we had sight of some of it or an understanding of some of it earlier, because as the report says, that there are 5 very large key objectives in this report that all require us to have an understanding of how we reduce our property portfolio going forward. And they're very big topics in themselves. Using the school estate would require us to look at how we access these schools, their current financial arrangements, how we change them. The topic is very large, and there's also the corporate landlord element, because the reason why we are here with this is this issue around the failure of maintenance over a long period of time of buildings that we own, and now find many of them in a state where it's very difficult to retain some of them at all. So there's an implication there, and of course this issue around the HQ and Arts Centre. And so our group really feel that the idea of a workshop and is a very sound one, and we would like to agree the idea that we have a workshop, but we feel that ought to be a priority, and I cannot see how we can agree the draft property strategy and/or implementation plan at this stage, because we don't have the benefit of that workshop. So, in our view, our recommendation would be that we would accept item 2 of this report, and until such time as we've had the benefit of the workshop that will inform many of the very large projects which are contained within it. But I think it's a very positive step forward.
Mrs. Geisler, could I ask for your views on that? Because we're in a process, we're in a, with the strategy anyway.
What I'm asking members to do today is just to approve the draft strategy, which is the approach. So that's really, in essence, the 5 priorities that I've outlined and the 3 work streams, the approach to the 3 work streams. What I'm not asking you to do is to finalise agreement to the schedule, because that would have to come from the workshop. So it's really, I'm asking members to agree that the approach is correct, that the priorities are correct, the correct priorities, the work streams are the correct work streams, to note the work we've done already. And obviously recommendation 3 is that the finalised strategy will come back to members for approval at a future date. So it's not, we're not asking you to set it today, as I say, just to agree that we're on the right track and we're heading in the right direction in relation to the approach that we're taking to strategy, particularly around things like the corporate landlord.
I don't think we can do that without the benefit of the same information that officers have, and as has been outlined, this is a huge topic.
I think in order to have the workshop, you're going to have some principles there to measure against. That's my thoughts. And otherwise, you're looking at something without any parameters whatsoever.
We all already know what the parameters are set out here.
And that's what you're saying, that you're not happy to accept, though, the principles.
No, it says we agree the implementation plan. We can't agree implementation until we've actually had the benefit of the workshop.
It's the draft.
It's a draft strategy.
The draft to implement it. What I'm saying is I'm not asking you to do is to agree the appendix, the schedule, but what we're asking you to do is to agree the implementation plan. The implementation plan has the elements in it that relate to the 3 work streams, work stream 1, work stream 2, work stream 3. But I've made a specific reference in section 4.4 of the report to the asset realisation programme, which is the appendix, the schedule, and that work will be informed by the outcome of both the public consultation exercise that's ongoing just now and the workshop, and that's the piece of work that would need to be adjusted and then brought back to members together with any of the draft plan that was required to be changed following these two exercises. So I'm asking you to agree this is a draft, almost like when I bring things to you and say, here's a draft plan, will you agree that I can go out to consultation with it? It's a bit like that. It's a bit like saying, here's a draft strategy. There's two pieces of work that need to be done. One's the public consultation exercise outcome, and the second one's the workshop. Once those two pieces of work are completed, we will bring back the finalised document to members for approval.
So that you would actually have the ability to influence the strategy as part of the workshop?
It's as we just said. This is the framework document, which is the draft that officers have come up with, a draft approach. And if members will have these two pieces of work, and then members will have an opportunity to agree the final version of that when we bring this back to you at some point in the future.
I still think that it says very clearly in item 1, agrees the draft property strategy and implementation plan. And how can we...
It's the draft document that I'm asking you to approve on the basis that the finalised document will come back for approval.
Convener suggests it might be beneficial for the recess to allow the advice to be given.
Okay, right, 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. I've got a suggestion for a way forward that I hope we'll be able to meet the comments made. That if in the recommendations we remove item 1 and item 2 agrees that a workshop for elected members be arranged to review, a workshop for members is arranged, and that the draft strategy will be used to underpin the discussions of that workshop going forward, and agree to bring back a further report to members. Okay, content with that? Okay.
Convener, can I just ask a quick question? See if you look at the top of page 152, the number of operational properties, it's headed up as 277, and that includes the trust, libraries, offices and schools. But then if you look across the page, there's 296 operational properties. Where's the difference coming from?
Okay,
I'm
Mrs.
just
Geisler.
I'm just curious.
This is a moving feast. The top of page 153, what it says is that initial findings identified, as was highlighted, this work started earlier. So things, by the time you get to the information of 152, that's the current position. But the initial findings when we started this work was 296. And there's an explanation as to, as I mentioned in my presentation, and there's a reference in the report to the fact that some buildings have already been disposed of. That's where I think it's 694k of receipts have been received. So we've seen a rationalisation already in relation to creation of the hubs, and that's where that difference comes from.
There's only 10 properties contained in the list earmarked for closure. Is that right?
Well, some of them have already, there's already been a rationalisation undertaken in respect of that's the difference between what is the situation now and what was the situation when we started this process.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Convener, I'd just like to thank Craig Isdale for his work on this report. I know there's been a lot of effort, and I'd just like to thank him and his team for that.
There has been a heck of a lot of work, and I know that certainly members at the Chief Exec's lock-in found that quite challenging, but I think it was a good process to have gone through, and hence the delay in this all coming forward, because it's to enable as much information to come forward to members as possible. Okay, can we now move on?
Could I say something? It's very difficult to separate this report from the report we're about to speak about. If assets are realised, it would seem to be suggested that that goes to the locality in which the asset was cited, whereas there will be a counter-argument on the next item should realisation of assets go towards the buildings project if that goes ahead.
And that will be for members to
So just,
decide?
I don't think that point should be ignored, however,
No.
because if the costs, as well, I'm really wandering into the next item, but if costs were to rise, then we would be looking to offset that with the sale of assets, I would imagine. That's how the first plan was arranged.
And indeed, the financial model for the following item is still to be finally developed.
Yeah.
And there will be aspects, and I think we're kind of straying into that. But,
Yeah. But this is a very, very important document.
Yeah.
Its importance cannot be understated
Nope.
in relation to the future plans of this council. For a start, it brings us into the 21st century, becoming a corporate owner rather than roads owning something and planning owning something else. I mean, there are some of those ownerships that go back 100, 150 years to proposals for roads that didn't go through, but it still belongs to roads. And there's also the question of ownership by housing, which of course is a separate budget. So although we have properties on the list, we don't have land on the list as well. So is land to become part of the corporate ownership?
Mrs. Geisler?
The proposal, the report, as I said at my preamble, that we have a number of asset classes in the council. We have open space, we have housing, we have roads and other infrastructure. And at the moment, we're particularly focusing on the property portfolio because that's the one that needs the most attention. We have an open space strategy which looks at open space. We have a ramp which looks after roads assets, and we have an IT strategy as well. This is the one where there's a particular deficiency. However, it's really important that we pay attention to all of our assets and how they can all be used. There's no proposal that the corporate landlord element will extend into housing, for instance. This is all, it's really about our operational properties. And there are specific statutory obligations in respect of roads, for instance. So at the moment, the corporate landlord proposal is to extend as far as property. But we do need to keep a weather eye on all of our assets. There may be assets that we can dispose of that can underpin some of this property strategy. But this is us pretty much at the early stages of this journey. And I think we need to get moving on some of this. As I've said, we are wasting money on properties. We can't be wasting money on anything these days. And if we can make a move forward on this, then we're going to be able to then look a bit wider at other assets to see how they can support the council's aspirations in this regard. As far as receipts are concerned, the receipts will come in and they will go through the capital programme process, and they'll be allocated in terms of the business cases that I've referenced earlier as well. So a massive amount of work already done, and I agree Craig and his colleagues have done a huge amount of work on this, but it's still a great deal of work to be done, as been mentioned already today.
Yes, I was going to mention the work that Craig and Douglas and others have done. It's been excellent, first class. I did raise a couple of properties which are on the list, but it was explained to me that they're not operational. One was Killen's House, the other one was the Factor's House in Calendar Park. But again, these are potentially saleable assets.
Very possibly, yes. And so they'll be taken forward with a different strand, also by Craig and his team. But they're not operational properties, so they don't form part of this particular review.
So just touching on the following item, just touching on it, when will the decision be made as to how assets are to be used?
Well, this is the exercise that we're under. We've separated out the HQ and Arts project because of its specific characteristics, but it falls within the same category, and a very significant part of Workstream 2, which is specialised assets, and Workstream 3, which is office-related assets, are obviously going to be incorporated into whatever members decide they want to do in relation to the HQ Arts Centre, because these are key elements of these two pieces of work. So once decisions are made in relation to that, they will slot back in to this overall SPR process. And in every case, there needs to be business cases made for significant investments, and obviously the HQ Arts Centre would be a significant investment for the council.
So in other words, there'll be competing demands as to how the sale of assets is used.
I think undoubtedly that will be the case, but as I go back to my point about a business case being required to be made for any investment, so if it's investment in school estate, for instance, they'll have to have a business case prepared which describes the benefits, the savings that will be made from other buildings and the benefits to communities, etc. That these will have to be made before investments, and indeed the HQ Arts Centre will have to have its own mini cost-benefit analysis in terms of its of the advantages and benefits it can bring to the area, but obviously we're going on to talk about that.
Yes, I won't impinge any further on the next item, but you can't separate the two issues.
It's very difficult. In fact, you know, if you actually look at the suite of reports that we've just gone through, they're all there's a thread that runs through all of them, indeed, and going forward. But I do think that adopting the corporate landlord model, going forward, particularly for our new buildings, and managing that asset, should prevent the recurrence of the situation that we find ourselves in just now. And I think that's a very positive step forward, so that the lifetime maintenance of the building is taken into account.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council HQ and Arts Centre update report. Mrs Geisler again.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, as you say, this report provides an update on the work that we've been doing in relation to the HQ Arts Centre project. And again, I'm indebted to my colleague sitting behind me and his team, who apparently don't sleep, in terms of the work that they have ongoing. So just a bit of background. In August of last year, the approach to the delivery of the Council's civic headquarters and arts centre was agreed, and within the context of the need to also help revitalise Falkirk Town Centre. And at the budget meeting earlier this year, the sum of £45 million was included, in the capital programme to support that work moving forward. There is a requirement for the Council to determine its requirements in respect of this project, so that we can finalise the work that's needing to be done to move on to procurement. There is a special Council of the Future Board which is overseeing the work of this project, and it's been, and again I'm indebted to the members who sit on that group for the work that they've done and the contribution that they've made in moving this forward. And we need to consider issues about options for the HQ, options to include whether we're going to include partners or not, what size the Arts Centre facility is going to be, what other related elements there are around and sharing of ancillary accommodation, requirement of accommodation for members, and the civic elements of the function of the accommodation, and as I mentioned, the procurement process at the end of all of that. So turning to the office requirements, we have used a workstation ratio of 0.6 as our define, i.e. we've got 0.6 workstations for every FTE that we have. That we did start this process, you'll recall, looking at a 0.8 ratio, but based on information that from other local authorities who have further forward than us in the process, 0.6 seems to be a robust number moving forward. And Appendix 1 to the report holds the detail in respect of some of the work that we are looking at. But in whatever happens, whatever decisions are made, we reckon that we'll be in a position to reduce the Council's back office works floor space by around 50%, which in light of everything we've been talking about is obviously something that we would aspire to deliver. As part of the work that we've been doing on this, we've looked at including the Council's advice hub, central locality advice hub, and a front-facing office facility as part of this work. Obviously, there was a consideration previously made by members that should be incorporated into Falkirk Library, but the work that we've done on this project has identified that this cannot be accommodated within the current budget, and instead we would be recommending to members will come forward with detailed proposals in respect of this for short-term provision. And that will, as I say, come forward as a separate report. But our suggestion is that in the longer term, this facility be co-located with the HQ and Arts Centre. We've been working very closely with Scottish Futures Trust in relation to this. They're very keen to support us with this, which has been very helpful. They have been able to help us to determine what opportunities there may be for us partnering with other public sector organisations. And as we say at paragraph 4.4 of the report, they've identified a potential for 125 workstations. However, further work needs to be undertaken to crystallise on some of that. The SFT have offered to fund to the tune of £45,000 a study to determine how we might design any new facilities to make sure that it had zero carbon impact. I've mentioned that a number of times today, and that forms one of the recommendations in the report, that we take up the SFT on their offer and commission that work. Ideally, that would mean that there would be no additional design costs associated with us being a zero carbon facility. Turning to the Arts Centre, members will be aware that Falkirk Community Trust that they were requested to commission a piece of work to consider what the Arts Centre might look like, and an organisation called DCA, a specialist arts consultants, were commissioned by FCT to do that. The main findings of the work are described in paragraph 4.5 of the report. And I think the key issues for us there is the information that they have based on their expertise on the benefit that to town centres that having such a facility located there can have. There's also reference in there to the potential that there is to grow audiences in the facility because of our catchment area of 60 minutes travelling time between into Falkirk. I think the other thing they were very strong about was this is not to be a like-for-like replacement, because the design and layout of Falkirk Town Hall is outdated. The consultants suggested that any new facility would be well placed to compete with others in the Central Belt marketplace, and that they also gave some suggestions as to the kind of programme that could be included moving forward. So they looked at an option of a 450, 600 and 700 seat auditorium, and there's some more detail in relation to that at Appendix 2 to the report. The recommendation that come forward from DCA and from the Community Trust, who are obviously the Council's advisors in matters relating to the arts, is that a 600-seater auditorium, foyer, cafe, bar and a small range of other activities would be the sort of facility that would be appropriate in the town centre. There's also suggested that there's merit in looking at co-locating the library as part of this. However, the capital costs for a 600-seat auditorium are prohibitive in terms of the current budget envelope for this. The big issue here is the fact that once you get beyond a 550-seater auditorium, it really needs to be completely redesigned. There were some anxieties amongst the advisors in relation to sharing of space, but leaving a facility that's exclusively for the arts may well be recommended to you, but it isn't something that I'm suggesting you take forward simply because of the costs associated with that. And instead, there are opportunities for sharing which have been incorporated in the work moving forward. I fully accept, it's not my area of expertise, I fully accept that there is an important issue here to ensure the integrity of the arts offering here, but I think with careful design and careful management, and we'll need to obviously do a bit more research on that, I'm sure an acceptable and appropriate offering can come forward. There are issues around parking, as you would expect as well, and we will need to look carefully at the parking provision that comes forward as part of any procurement process, but there may need to be there may require to be a need for any retention of some parking spaces at municipal building. As I mentioned earlier, there's an overall project budget of £45 million that was agreed in the budget process in February, and as a consequence of that, an exercise was conducted to examine options that could be brought forward to members roughly within that budget. So the costing information that's been provided in the report, I must stress, is based on a facility located in this location, because that's the way that we can get fairly robust costs. But it would be seen as a benchmark. Obviously, we have said that we are looking for a town centre location. This obviously the town is in terms of the LDP town centre as defined, and this includes this municipal building site. But we're not suggesting that members necessarily agree to move forward with that, but we will be using this as our benchmark for costing information. So in terms of the option appraisal that's been undertaken, there's a summary table contained in table 1 on page 183 of your agenda, and that shows a number of options with the opportunities and the costs associated with them. We will, depending on the options favoured, there will be a requirement for some existing buildings to be retained, and that each of the schedules attached to the report describes which buildings would require to be retained, depending on the options that you favoured. And in certain cases, the buildings that we require to retain, whether that be Abbotsford House or the Forum, there would be required to be significant investment in those buildings moving forward. They will never be as good as new build. Retrofit of existing buildings, refurbishment of existing buildings is never as good as new build for whole life costings and certainly for the carbon agenda. But each of the options that we are favouring here, which is to some of these options 4 and 5, would involve some retention. Also, all of the options include fit out of the property owned by FCSL, which is obviously a wholly owned subsidiary of the council at the stadium. Recommend fit out of the space there. That's one of your superior buildings within your catalogue of relatively poor buildings. So, as I say, the summary of the options are contained there. We've seen the recommendation that we're suggesting moving forward with options 4 and 5. We feel that these are an appropriate compromise in relation to what was recommended from your arts advisors and the budget that can be delivered. And you'll see that these are suggesting an arts centre of 550 seats in both cases, but an HQ facility of either 320 workstations or 500 workstations. Although there's an element of retention of buildings, there would also be an element of an opportunity for disposal, and each of the disposal opportunities is described in the specific schedules. The objectives of the work are described in paragraph 416. It's particularly as a replacement for this building, a replacement for the town hall, and revitalisation of the town centre within your affordability cap of £45 million, as I've already mentioned. There's reference in 419 to moving from a 450-seater auditorium to a 550-seat maximum. As I say, you can get from 450 to 550 relatively cheaply. Once you get to 600, the costs really go significantly higher, and that's why we've suggested that you stick with your 550. The shared facility would obviously allow there to be significant footfall, particularly during the day for people coming to visit the HQ elements of it, and the hub facility, the front-facing facility, with the arts centre not being exclusively used during the evening, but obviously the footfall there would be higher during the evening, and that's why we've suggested what we have. There will be an opportunity, we feel, to attract external funds for an appropriately located and designed facility, and we need to do a bit more work, particularly with Scottish Futures Trust on that, and particularly in the context of the investment zone opportunity. You'll be aware that there are proposals within the investment zone for town centre regeneration work. Paragraph 423 covers the issues of procurement. We obviously need to do more work on procurement. We need to do further testing and costing of the options should members agree to proceed with these. We will need to finalise the assessment matrix for the various elements, cost and the regeneration benefits to the town centre that I've mentioned. We will need to work up the procurement documentation and do further work on the baseline alternative that I've mentioned already, which is in this location. Also, we will be seeking, as part of the tender process, to ask the developers to provide us with information on potential operating models, who should operate these facilities moving forward. As Councillor Bowes has mentioned, we're wedded to bricks and mortar. We do need bricks and mortar, but we don't necessarily need to own and operate them if there are other opportunities out there which would make better sense to the council. So the suggestion here is, as I say, convener, the recommendations are contained in section 2 of the report. Primarily, the recommendation is to support options 4 and 5 moving forward, and to do further work on all the elements that I've described, with a view to coming back to members at the December meeting of this executive, and finally to accept the offer from Scottish Futures Trust for the £45,000 to do the work on the zero carbon potential of the new facility.
Thank you, Mrs Geisler. It has to be acknowledged that there's been a massive amount of work done on this, and particularly since over the summer period, following the report from the Trust, in order to get us to this particular stage and to have all of those scenarios put together. However, it is one of the biggest and most critical projects for not just the council, but more importantly for our town centre, which has seen significant changes and some really difficult times. And the criteria that was set for new council building is it couldn't just be an office block, it had to be something more than that. It had to give something back to the town, something that was going to be lasting by way of a legacy, and therefore it had to be something that was going to completely regenerate and repurpose the town centre. And this was seen as the Arts Centre would be the real catalyst to being able to do that, to increase the people coming into our town centre, to increase the footfall, and by giving a broader and more diverse offering would be far more attractive. And as we have become very much a tourist destination, to develop that further. And on the back of that, we would be able to attract interest from the private sector, particularly around retail, hospitality, housing, and indeed looking at health and social care as a partner, and bringing all of that into our town centre to create that sense of place and that vibrancy within our town centre. And that is a vision that from my memory, the whole council supported, and certainly that vision has been warmly welcomed within the town centre retailers themselves, as seeing that as a catalyst to moving forward. We're at a key point just now, and members are being asked to take this to the next stage, to look at narrowing down what the options might be. And it's been suggested that options 4 and 5 within the table are the most optimum options to take forward as part of the documentation to go out to procurement. And that gives us the greatest flexibility with regard to the Arts Centre, and meets the needs of our workstation requirements for our staff, and in a modern and more flexible working environment, one that's can be far more productive than this building, as has already been talked about, that the heating's not great. And that's fine for members, we can put up with that, but it's our staff that are also having to put up with that. And that's not productive to their working environment and their productivity and their comfort. It's also a fantastic opportunity being put in front of us by Scottish Futures Trust to push that zero carbon agenda and have this as a zero carbon building and going forward. And that is a route into being an exemplar and going forward. So I think that's something that we should really welcome from Scottish Futures Trust and going forward. We have a number of developers that are interested in Falkirk. They're watching Falkirk. We know that. But until there is a decision and an outcome on a potential site within Falkirk, they're not in a position to take forward any of their interests, and we're not in a position to be able to speak to them about some of the other areas that we would like to develop within Falkirk around the housing, around the student accommodation and other aspects. So it is quite critical that we need to move on with this project, and it's a balance between getting everything done and dusted and right, and continuing to have that commitment to our town centre that we will be coming forward with something very soon. And I would also just to remind members of the comment that was made in the recent Audit Scotland report. They highlighted this project and just basically said we need to be getting on with these things. We need to be starting to make these big decisions, and we need to be bold, we need to be brave in taking that forward, because it's for the good of our communities. If Falkirk Town Centre fails, all our other town centres will feel that as well, as will our smaller centres of population. On that note, I'm happy to move the recommendations that are contained in the report. That this will then come back to the December meeting with all the details for members to give consideration around going to the next stage of going out to the market and that procurement exercise. And there will also be the opportunity through the Council of the Future for members to have early sight of that and influence before that comes to members in that process. So I'm happy to move the report.
Happy to second, convener, and to reserve the right to reply.
Okay, thank you. I will open it up to members. Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, convener. I'd just like to say we've got an amendment coming forward. I'd like to ask Ms Geisler if anything beyond this site here, if there's anything built beyond this site, would it incur extra finance that we would have to borrow over and above what we've already asked to borrow? And are we in agreement that any project like this should be self-financing?
This is a site, it's very difficult to answer your question without going through the procurement process. But what I can say is this is a site that the council owns, and you don't own any sites of any scale in the town centre. This would be an easier site to develop because of its nature and the control and access. Obviously, a town centre location is a harder site for any sort of significant construction project. So on that basis, very general basis, I would suggest that something located more in the heart of the town centre is likely to cost more. However, on the other hand, there is a potential for external funding, which I mentioned in my presentation, which it's not settled, but I think it's more likely that external funding would flow into somewhere more in the heart of the town centre if it could be demonstrated that the regeneration benefits to the town centre overall were more significant than having a location down here. So it's also, what we don't know is what any developers are going to come forward with in terms of tenure, as I suggested earlier, or indeed partner organisations. So would we have partners who would provide other facilities like the student accommodation that the leader spoke about? Would they come forward with that in the town centre? It is virtually impossible for me to say that it would cost more overall in a net sense. And that's why we really need to go through the procurement process to be able to determine that. But we will have this worked up cost as our baseline against which to measure. The other thing I would say is that the assessment criteria, which are being worked on just now and will come back to members in the December meeting, would have weightings for various aspects, including the town centre regeneration benefits that any proposal would bring. So that we will be suggesting to members that that's a fairly significant factor, because you've already told us it is, when we do the assessment coming forward. So I'm sorry I'm not able to answer your question, but those are the elements that will go to come forward with the eventual outcomes. In terms of self-financing, this is a project that has a price tag in the capital programme of £45 million. Now, we've talked earlier on today about realising surplus assets and how and we've already, I think it's around £700,000 worth of assets that have already been realised as part of the strategic property review that are available for investment in other council properties. So that programme will go on. I think it's highly unlikely that we will realise £45 million worth of assets to be able to fund this particular project, as well as all the other work that needs to be done to the council's estate, simply because of the very, very poor condition that the assets are in. But it's a project that is considered to be, well, it's in the capital programme, so it's considered to be a priority for the council for all of the reasons that we've discussed previously.
Thank you. And so we have a motion that Mr. Frawley probably hand an amendment. So as the convener says, it is a very important decision that's to be taken. And so we are asking that the discussion on the HQ and Arts Centre be taken to a special full council meeting in order that all councillors can engage in this debate. So our amendment reads, Executive agrees to refer the report to Council and to request that the Provost agrees a special meeting to allow a full discussion of the proposals. And I would suggest that can be as soon as possible so we don't hold up the process. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? My comments would be that this is the appropriate place for the progression of this particular project, and at this point that there is not a decision that sits with council to be taken. And it is just a delay, it's just a delaying tactic yet again, and I'm disappointed that is the case, because this is something that really does need to be progressed, and members would get an opportunity to have another discussion around the procurement process when it comes back on the 10th of December. And that will, obviously, any delay now is going to impact on that work. Councillor Nicholl.
I suppose, Convener, if it was a delaying tactic in the head of the Leader of the Administration, he wouldn't have mentioned the word special full council. He would merely have remitted it to the council that is scheduled for quite some time away yet. By the fact he has mentioned a special council, I certainly think that he has shown that it is time to move forward with this and come to a relatively early decision. Now, of course, when that date will be would be in the hands of the Provost. But I do have sympathy with the thought that such a decision, which everybody around the table knows is very, very important to the future of the town centre and the council itself, should be a decision taken by all 30 members and not just the 12 of us round the table. Like yourself, Convener, I well remember the assurances that were made, and we certainly stand by those assurances, that as regards the need for new buildings, that is largely self-evident, and we've always, for a long time, supported that. Even at the times, Convener, don't like to rake up old history, but at the times that we received a great deal of bric-a-brats from yourself and your colleagues when we wished to move forward with that in a previous administration. At that time, and I was always very clear that the offices do have the potential, the staff within those offices do have the potential to play a significant part in the revitalisation of the town centre if those staff and those offices were within what most people would consider the town centre. Now, I know Rona in her submission said that this location is within the town centre, but I think is well known and is well known to all the retailers, precious few people manage to walk up to the shops at lunchtime, and I think a building on this site would just replicate that. So I am very keen to see new offices in the town centre. I appreciate Rona's comments that all the work has been done on this site purely for benchmarking, but I think we all know, Convener, that the thrust behind the report is that the offices and the arts centre would be on this site, and that certainly breaks one of the hopes that I had, which is to use the offices to revitalise the town centre and to reverse the decline in footfall and attract visitors. The other one that's obviously very important is to secure replacement offices for the municipal buildings and deliver on its office review. I mean, as I said at the start, it's self-evident that these buildings have now passed their sell-by date. And to me, that remains the two priorities. We have, through time, tacked on an arts centre, which is certainly something that we would all strive to have. But I think the priority should remain to replace these offices and to replace them and to honour that undertaking that we gave to the retailers, that these offices would be located within the traditional town centre. I think that moving towards these premises, this site rather, does to some extent break that promise. And I really think that we should be looking again at prioritising the office accommodation within that town centre, and if and when funds permit, perhaps having the arts centre at another location, but the priority must remain the offices.
Okay, can I just respond to that? That firstly, there is no particular site being promoted, and that is part of the procurement process. What we do know is that there will be required to be a retail impact assessment carried out and an economic benefits impact carried out with regard to whatever site. And you're absolutely right that the retailers do not see the impact of the buildings being here now. Therefore, replicating that is not actually going to make that change. What we are also very clear and has been demonstrated from other parts of not just Scotland but from the UK, that the Arts Centre will actually make that catalytic difference, much more so than potentially the office accommodation, because of the sheer nature of that. And an integral building of the office accommodation and the Arts Centre is the one that will be affordable. If they are then separated, the cost will start to increase. So I think that I would ask you to have consideration to that, but I can assure you that there is no particular site being focused on. This is used purely as a benchmark. The previous proposals, if you remember, were purely for office accommodation on this site, not Arts Centre. That was off-site, and that was not something that was going to actually be able to regenerate town centre, and that's why my group at that time could not support that.
When you bring forward your proposal to have it on this site, will you remember what I've said? Because I will certainly remind you.
The proposal I would be looked to bringing forward as we go out to the market and see what the market can provide us. Councillor Bowes?
Yeah. And I might, Rona might correct me, and happy to be corrected, but the numbers that are on here are this is an estimate, but it's a pre-developer estimate. Is probably the way you would put it, and it's to come up with some, so that when we actually go to developers, we'll get an idea. Because you're always going to have to put to them a budget. I see in Public Contract Scotland all the time, where there is an estimated project value, and hopefully you can under that. When the developers come back, it's the developers that will come back with sites and saying which sites it is, whether it's here or, and I think there's potentially 3 other sites that are generally known, but again, the developers might know other people that own other buildings and have got the potential to build something which nobody at this moment in time has imagined. I think that this is not taking us towards here, because we couldn't do that, because you don't know what the developers are going to come back with yet. This is just to give the information so that when we actually put it on Public Contracts to Scotland, or go and talk to developers to actually come back with their ideas. It's to give them, I suppose you call it a ballpark, a budget, if you want. That's purely what this is. I agree in that the numbers at the moment can't take into consideration the potential for the regeneration and the monies that will be produced by having it in the town centre. It's also not working through any cost receipts for this area as well. There is so many other factors, and until we've gone out to the development side, and the sooner we do that, the sooner we'll actually get the information back, and then the decisions that are needing to be taken can then be taken. This putting another delay, whether it's another 2-3 weeks, whatever it is, a month to do the special full council, is purely delaying this. This moving forward. We've had an earlier delaying tactic, and this just seems to be another one from what I can see, and unfortunately it seems more like politicking than politics. So what I'm saying is we have to give something to make sure that the developers have got the opportunity to produce what they see as the development sites. It's not the administration that's not Cecil that is pointing at this. It's not even the report that's pointing this. It's just giving you the details of how they've came about the facts, so that they can actually put it to the developers. And then once that comes back, we can actually get the full detail with the complete balance of figures. And I understand that there is, especially when Malcolm's concerned there, but it needs to be looked at that way. And the sooner we can get the developers on board and the developers actually coming back with proposals, the sooner we can move things forward.
Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. As I said already, I'm happy to second the amendment. I think when we're dealing with a project of this scale and the amount of money that's involved, I think it's only right that the 30 elected members have a chance to discuss it and debate it in the council chambers instead of 12. I don't support that at all. With a bit of foresight, you could have taken it to full council yourself instead of bringing it here. And that would have been,
but this is the appropriate place for it.
There's only 12 people here debating it. There's 30 involved in this, and they're not getting a chance to put their views forward.
Any other, Councillor Reid?
There's nothing surer than we have to make a decision at some point, and the sooner the better. So I think the province should be advised to have the meeting as soon as possible. There's an argument as to whether this is a matter reserved to council. The budget is certainly reserved to council. This has major implications for our budget, and therefore there's an argument for it to go to council without delay, however. I happen to be clearing, you know, these little piles of papers that appear in your office from time to time.
Yes, indeed.
I was looking through it and I found a letter to the previous Chief Executive in 2007 asking what was happening to the municipal buildings.
Yep.
So, you know, we've dodged the issue, we've hesitated. We have to make a decision soon. There's nothing can be clearer than that. You can't have a domino effect happening in that high street, which appears to be the case at the moment. And that's got to be stopped, and to be stopped as quickly as possible. So that decision should rest, I think, with the full council. I take Councillor Bryce's point fully that although we have figures here, some potential developer may come up with a different project altogether. In fact, something that's not been foreseen so far. I'm a bit dubious about adding 500 seats costing £1 million. I think that has to be challenged and inspected, because 550 is 30 seats less than we've got at the moment. So it's hardly ambitious. And again, it may be that without putting these specific sums and figures to the prospective developers, we have a more general thing that's put to them. I mean, if we ask somebody to come up with a £50 million project, they'll come up with a £50 million project. Yeah.
Can I maybe ask Mrs Geisler that she may well be able to give a wee bit more information, because I understand that moving from the 550 to the 600 would have a significant impact on the size of the Arts Centre, the layout, and therefore the cost implications around that.
Yes, but without wishing, if you could expand a little bit, is it because of the ancillary facilities that would be available, or would it be the auditorium?
It's a combination of both. A 600-seater auditorium will provide a home for a different sort of event.
Correct.
And it requires a bigger stage, more ancillary accommodation, more studio space, more rehearsal space, and it's a different design. It's a different beast altogether from one. And I would caution you against using the town hall as an example, because it's not a replacement for a town hall. It's an arts centre. It's a different beast altogether. We have to have some framework with which to go out to the market. As you know, procurement is a tortuous subject, and we always risk the challenge, the issue of the challenge, which is the worst thing in the world as far as procurement of any project is concerned, but certainly something of this scale. So what we've done is my colleagues and I, we've taken all the information and we've come up with a suggestion that we think is a reasonable compromise, having regard to the need to, in our view, to share accommodation and to deliver something of worth to the town centre. If we had more money, we could obviously do something else, but within the budget that's been set for us, we have regard to that cost. I'm not sure that it is a competitive process. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to say to developers, here's the sort of ballpark figure that we're thinking about, and you can work it out yourself, because we've used this, as I say, as the baseline for it. There's a square footage cost for office accommodation and the elements that we will need, toilets, meeting spaces and all the rest of it. And there's a square footage for an arts centre of that scale. So it's not a budget that you wouldn't be able to come up with if you've got any sort of knowledge of this at all. But we are saying to, as Councillor Best said, to developers, what have you got? What have you got? If you currently own a lot of property in the town centre that's not doing anything for you, if you're recognising that you have property that's never going to be used for the purpose it's currently being used or was used for in the recent past, you sharpen your pencil. What have you got that you can bring to the party? Do you have other occupiers that you can bring? Do you have other the student accommodation that's been mentioned? Do you have hoteliers that are interested? What can you bring to the party? Because you are commercial developers that can use this facility, an arts centre and office combination, as a catalyst for a remarkable change. And bringing other external funding because you've got other occupiers or because you've got other interests, then spreads the cost and brings the cost down. So I'm not saying that we're giving this as a ballpark figure in terms of this is what we're generally looking at, but it's, as I say, it's a competitive process, and we would hope that there would be opportunities for new things to come to the town centre as a consequence of this, and also that would have an impact on the overall costs, because there would be more sharing of costs in the way that we've described in the report. We simply don't know till we go out to the market and ask the market.
I understand that, yes, but if will we be telling them we want a 550 art centre?
Yes, that's the suggestion that we're making. If someone came forward and said, we can give you a 600-seater art centre and all thing within the budget, then obviously we would be looking to grab it. But we've got to be very careful. We've got to have parameters to say to the market, it's a 550-seater auditorium that we are looking for.
I know you're going to say them. However, if you can do that,
if you can do 600 for the same price, then we'll bite your hand off.
Yes, but will that be clear?
Or
will that be clear to the developer?
Probably more professional language than that. Yes.
The point I'm making is, if we restrict the offer, then we could lose out. Yeah,
but the developers that we're expecting, we won't just put this out to the market and then there'll be no discussion.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, I think it's a competitive dialogue process that we're expecting to get into, which would mean that we would say to, and there'll be a lot of discussion ongoing. The developers will be in looking for information and looking to see what it is that we're trying to achieve here. This is about transforming, using our need to deliver a new arts facility and new office accommodation to transform our town centre. What could be more exciting than that?
Bonus fair.
So, but indeed, you can get them. You can go down to Bowness as well, or come up for the time. But this is a once. I wouldn't use this phrase. I was going to say once in a generation. No, I won't. This is we're not going to get a chance like this again to make the difference with the public purse, as I've described in the report. The contribution that this can make to the transformation of our area. We're only going to get one shot at this. So we're not going to say off you go, and we're not going to speak to you again. We'll have conversations and dialogue with the developers and see what it is that they've got to bring. And I'm sure there's lots of opportunity out there for other things to come along, as well as this offering. This is the cornerstone of the new Falkirk Town Centre.
Final question, how long will the process take, do you think, before a conclusion of contract is reached?
Well, we're suggesting that, well, subject to decisions today, that we will go out to the market at the beginning of the year. We're going to have a fair amount of time, I would think, that would be out to contract because of this dialogue process that we will have to have. We would then come back with a preferred developer and seek approval for that. With that, just shake your head if I'm going wrong here, Craig. Then we get into what's called the competitive dialogue with that developer, and the scheme would have to be worked up. And I would imagine that it could be a scheme of some scale. There would then need to be the detailed design, then the planning application, the building warrant, the contract would have to be let, and then the work would have to be started on site. And if it were to be in the town centre, obviously that's going to have a significant impact on the town centre. So we're talking a good
2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years.
I'm thinking of the point where other potential investors become aware that investments on the road, and they make up their mind about things.
Well, I think we have a great confidence that the development world is poised to see what's going to happen here. So we'll get bidders coming in to bid for the project. But if they don't win the project and it's not located near site, I think that the investment alone will be enough to generate enough confidence for some of these other developments to come forward separate to that. Town centre will have to change, we know that. The retail offering will have to shrink, it's doing that anyway. So what other uses are going to come in? And having this project as a cornerstone, as I say, of the new town centre is going to engender confidence in the development world to invest in other parts of the town centre. You've seen the ripple effect that the THI has had. Not only has it changed the way that the historic part of the town centre looks, it's also generated other investment, particularly in the residential side in the town centre. So that sort of confidence and money being spent somewhere, it ripples out to other developments in the area. So we would be expecting, even if there were the unsuccessful tenders, we would be expecting to have conversations with them about projects that they might want to bring along in the back of it. And you can see that from other projects up and down the land where these sorts of facilities have been introduced into that location, the other developments that flow from them. And this will have to be part of the assessment matrix that we bring back to members in December, or whenever we bring that back to members, in terms of how are you going to evaluate all of these various elements when you get the bids back.
Yes, it's all part too of the change in property in the town centre. We have
absolutely
development to Williamson Street, the Russell Lake, and I believe Burton's is about to be converted into housing.
There's a
on upper
lot,
floors.
there's a significant number of smaller
Small
residential
ones,
scale, but we've obviously been in conversation with Stuart and his colleagues as well about introducing public sector housing into the town centre. Reference that the leader made to health and social care. What opportunities are there for this Department of Health and Social Care? You know, the future of the community hospital. These are all things that can go into the mix, and that developers would be approaching all these various partners to bring back in terms of their proposals. And I think what we could get back would be really spectacular.
If you look at all maps of Falkirk, it's really densely populated in the town centre. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Convener. I wasn't going to come in on this. There's just a couple of questions. It was, I agree that we do need some more debate around this. There's a lot of questions, things like the assumptions in 4.16 that this proposal project will increase footfall in the town hall. I'd like to know the details on, and Mrs Geisler has alluded to it about where it's happened elsewhere, but I'd like to know that we can actually prove that these things do increase the footfall, because as far as I can see, we have got staff and we have got an art centre town hall here, which is 100 yards up the road, and I'm not sure that you can prove that that distance will make a big difference to the spend and the regeneration of the town centre. I also wondered have we looked at any alternative ways of helping to regenerate the town centre? Public transport is one of the key issues. We seem to be, you know, the bus station got closed, and one of the other proposals in our budget is yet again to cut more bus services. I don't see that that's going to help town centre businesses in any way, shape or form. Perhaps introducing a local currency. I think that we should be looking at others, irrespective of whether this project goes into the town centre. There may well be more help that we can give to regenerate town centre businesses, not just building a new headquarters. We also seem to have mixed priorities. Council's looking at promoting Westfield site, and I fail to understand how that's going to help to generate town centre businesses when we're looking at retail out of town. So I think we need to look at all of these proposals and not just this one as a silver bullet.
Were you not at the last meeting around the Gateway? Because the retail impact, I think it was discussed at that, because I presume that's what you mean by Westfield as a gateway site. and that it clearly indicated that the retail impact wouldn't impact on Falkirk Town Centre. It may well have an impact, but a relatively minimal impact on the retail park. So that was the outcome of that particular retail impact assessment that was done. So that work has been done. There is also other aspects to regeneration of the town centre. I was asked Mrs Geisler to give a wee bit of an overview of the discussions we've had around Grahamston Station and the creation of a potential transport hub.
A few things. There is the town centre partnership that has been established. The council's member of that, and cross-party membership. There is an action plan that's been drawn up called Revitalise Falkirk, and there are a number of projects identified in it, short, medium and long-term projects, which are being taken forward. There is the Town Centre Regeneration Funding, which has come from Scottish Government, and members have made decisions in principle as to how that is to be applied, and it's to be applied in some of it's to be applied in Falkirk, and we'll be coming back to members with a report on the detail of that in due course. So the part of the work that plan is identified is to improve the experience of travelling in and out of the town centre, and we're working with the rail operators at the moment to create to have conversations around and the bus operators around a transport hub. There's also provision within the investment zone proposition to improve the transport in and out of Falkirk, and a proposal to rename the station as Falkirk Central Station rather than Grahamston Station. So there are a number of areas. There's the Revitalise Falkirk Partnership, which is amongst a number of stakeholders. There is the provisions that are contained in the funding proposal for the town centre regeneration funding, and there's also the investment zone elements, the investment zone propositions that deal specifically with town centres. So there's a lot of work ongoing in relation to supporting not just Falkirk Town Centre but also the other town centres. The other thing I would pick up on is your point about the evidence of increased footfall, and I wouldn't expect you to take my word for it because I'm not an expert in that field. I'm not expert in much actually, but we have commissioned an organisation called EKOS, EKOS, who are the consultants that are used by Scottish Towns Partnership, and they specialise in this sort of work. So we will be using work that they are doing to inform us when we develop our matrix, our scoring matrix for town centre revitalisation benefits to put to members, and as part of the scoring process for bids that come forward. So we would need, you're absolutely right, we would need to have an empirical basis for determining that this level of investment would generate this level of footfall, which would in turn generate this level of other revitalisation benefits. I'm telling you that I'm persuaded that that would happen, but as I say, I don't expect you to take my word for it. We will come forward with more a more formal basis for making those. We'll have to have that because we'll have to use that for the assessment of the bids when the bids come back.
Okay. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. This is the appropriate forum to progress this, or what is the point of the executive, unless some of the Labour group's members do not trust their executive members. That is the point of this group. This is about moving forward, and this is Labour yet again trying to hold it back. The bottom line is Falkirk area, Falkirk Council and Falkirk Town Centre need a new headquarters and arts centre. That's a fact. That there's no doubt. Can I just look at this from a slightly different perspective in the environmental aspect of this, Mrs Geisler? We have as a council agreed unanimously to bring Falkirk Council to the position of net zero carbon. A main factor in achieving this will be ensuring zero carbon performance of our buildings. With that in mind, can I ask how damaging the current headquarters and town hall buildings are to any targets, to our net zero carbon targets? And indeed how beneficial a new build headquarters and arts centre would be to achieving these targets?
This building has got to be one of the worst performing buildings in terms of carbon emissions, probably well, not that exists, but certainly in this area. And I think that we've all agreed that it's not a building that we can retain moving forward. As you say, the current the proposed building, as I've said myself, we're proposing that it would be zero carbon. So there would be savings not only in a number of ways, we're saving in terms of the environment, but we also have to pay the tariff every year for our emissions. That would be reduced, and there's a potential for obviously reducing costs as well because it's a more efficient building. I've got some numbers here. I'll just have to, I can't scan them very quickly, but there is a view that this building alone, this complex of buildings generates 650 tonnes of CO2 a year, which is 50% of our office-related emissions. So this one building, and when you look at what we talked already about all the office buildings that we've got in our portfolio, this accounts for 50% of the overall emissions, which is terrible.
Okay, Councillor Alexander, and then I'm very mindful of the time. So once Councillor Alexander's spoken, we'll move to the vote.
Okay, Convener, I'm confused now. This morning, this afternoon, we've heard Councillor Nicholl appear to argue for the development of this site rather than the town centre site.
No, it was opposite.
The opposite? Well, the only way you're going to get the complete opposite, which is the town centre development, is to support the administration on that. Because we've also heard from the Labour group, and we're still not sure just exactly what their position actually is. It's no wonder that the Labour group won't debate with us in the town centre itself. We seem to have Councillor Coombs airbrushing out the fact that there was a proposal for this site for a new build. The new build itself wasn't going to be self-financing. The new build itself would have left Falkirk without a town hall because the town hall was built around about the same time. It fails to meet modern standards for insulation. It fails to meet the as my colleague has just pointed out, for this building fails to meet the standards for becoming zero waste, zero carbon, and that's something that I thought all councillors held precious to us. My big concern, though, Convener, is not the delay, although I would imagine that if you'd taken this report to the Provost would have advised you, as per legal advice, with regards to the structure of this council and the standing orders which dictate that this particular project come here first. She would have been told in no uncertain terms, I would imagine, that she was breaching standing orders. So I think that the content and the comments with regards to where this should be determined should be looked at in detail and in that context. This is the correct forum, but irrespective of whether it's the correct forum or not, my concern is the message that goes out to developers, potential partners within this development programme. Because if we're delaying over something which it seems to me nothing, then the message that goes out to the developers is a lack of urgency, a lack of commitment, and a lack of certainty within the development programme. And that's the last thing we need to get across to potential developers and potential partners within this particular programme. The bottom line is that we need to go out to the market as soon as possible. And we need to go out to the market with a positive outlook of what we're looking for. And what we're looking for is the redevelopment of Falkirk Town Centre, regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre as part of this particular programme. Of course, there has to be benchmarks. The benchmarks are not what we're looking for. The benchmarks are in particular this particular site are certainly not the first phase of any change in policy that we have. And I'd like to reassure Councillor Nicholl that whenever we included this within our manifesto, before the last elections. We did so with the belief that this would be approved, this would be supported by those that shared our ambition for the town centre. And I hope that he will share our ambition for the town centre and our colleagues, and his colleagues also. The fact remains, Convener, that we need to send the message to the development world that Falkirk is not just open for business, but we have a very clear vision for the future of our town centre. We have a very clear vision for the development of our town centre as a hub itself. What we have at the moment is a building that has hardly been mentioned. That's this one. The estimated cost would be around about £25 million for the replacement of this on this site. If we're not going forward with the town centre proposals, can someone please on the opposite side tell us just exactly what we are going forward on? Because it hasn't come across today, there's an illusion being set that somehow we can ignore this problem. Somehow this building will disappear. Or we'll wake up one morning and it's fully compliant with modern regulations. That's not going to happen. We were given a report prior to the last elections which showed that this building had a limited lifespan that was becoming even more limited as we went on. Yet the illusion has been created again that somehow this will disappear. We have in the past brought continuous reports to this committee in order to secure the next stage development, to secure the next stage forward. This is what we want today, and we want to send a positive message to the developers that, and they are watching. They are watching. Send a positive development, a positive message to the developers that we have faith, not just in our own members, we have faith in our own officer corps, we have faith in the ability of and the judgment of the businesses that occupy Falkirk Town Centre at the moment, and we have faith in the people of Falkirk to make use of the facilities that become available, because we're in a changing environment, and what we have to do is to demonstrate a level of commitment and a level of vision that we have not done so far as a communal unit. To achieve that, we need to approve this report today, and we need to send that message out to the developers. A further delay is not conducive to sending that message, and we must see that. I cannot envisage any set of circumstances where I would support a rebuild on this site. Cannot envisage that for whatever. And the only way that the jibe can be determined, and the only way the jibe can be accepted for what it was, and that was the jibe of hope that you're still in the chair, Convener, when you move the acceptance of this site, this proposal. I cannot envisage any set of circumstances that would bring us to that conclusion, unless we were left with no option because of the delaying tactics, because of the messages that were going out to the development world, that somehow this is the only site that is being considered, because the reality couldn't be further from the truth, and we need to ensure that is the message that goes out. I hope, Convener, at this stage, even if we need another recess, that the Tory group will recognise the validity of what I've said, and will accept that to be ambitious means you've got to think out of the box. To have a vision is something that you pursue, and you pursue it with all speed, all haste, providing you have the backup information that you need. We have the backup information contained within this report. We have the vision, I think, and I hope that it will be shared by others, but we certainly have the vision for Falkirk Town Centre in the future. The days of the big stores have gone, but we have a vibrant and we have a very, very effective independent sector within Falkirk Town Centre. very independent, very, very effective. We need to back that particular community to the help, and we have to ensure that we send the message to them that that we're serious, and not just send the message to the developers. So I would really urge Councillor Nicholl, take it as long as you want, but please come back and send a positive message to the market for this particular development. Because if you don't, then I fear that you're undermining the development in a way that some of the other colleagues have already done. And that's not something that I would accept on myself, and I hope that you will have the same standards as and equally the vision.
Okay, Convener, I was mentioned a number of times there. I was invited by the portfolio holder to respond.
Okay, I'm just very mindful of time now, and the offer was given for a recess. First of all, would you wish to take that up?
No.
No, okay,
No,
right.
thank you. I don't lightly say no, because I always like to hear what other people are saying, and that is perhaps one of the reasons why we are in this situation. I was very clear that we are supportive of the office replacement in the town centre, as we made that pledge, and we stick by that. But circumstances have to some extent changed, and that was the decision of the major opposition party to completely rule out moving forward. I think they'll speak for themselves, but I think it was for a period of 2 years with this project. As always, we are seeking a way out, that the council can go forward united on this, because I think in such a project we do need to show a degree of unanimity, and hence I talked earlier about the need to develop the offices first within the budget that we have and within a town centre location, and then perhaps at a later date the arts centre, which we recognise is would be nice to have, but the priority should be the offices. And in the time that is available between now and the special meeting of the council when this will be discussed, you know, I do hope that colleagues across the chamber will see the need that perhaps there will need to be some compromises made, and instead of just ruling things out, I do hope my colleagues in the Labour Party will perhaps see that there is perhaps a middle road, and that's what I'm seeking to do, to meet the hopes and expectations of our communities, particularly the business community, which is crying out for something within the town centre. And that is the rub, of course, because this relocation on this site will not provide the benefits which we all hope for. And let us hope that there are sites come forward within the town centre. But I'm certainly not with colleagues in the Labour Party who just want to rule it out and pull a curtain down on it. I think the buildings have to continue. As regards the Arts Centre, I haven't said that much about the Arts Centre, but of course one of the things when the trust was set up, and indeed one of the things that we were assured by Kenneth's predecessor, was that the trust would be able to go out and get funds of its own to enable prestige buildings. And indeed it was the time of the Perth Conference Centre, and I think it would be fair to say that some members were swayed by the fact that they thought that the trust could go out there and get money in that the council couldn't access. So it remains a disappointment that that hasn't, for whatever reason, hasn't come to fruition. But at a time when budgets are very tight, I think really we should look to the offices as being the priority. And in that, before the special meeting, I do hope that colleagues in the Labour Party will also think that that perhaps is the way forward to provide the regeneration, consolidate the finances, and then look at other things at a later date.
Just before we go to the vote, I'm just going to finally say that the administration are committed to town centre regeneration and the location within the town centre, and it's perhaps unfortunate that the reference has been made to this site as a benchmark, but in order to have a measure, that we have to have something. But we recognise that it's not the office accommodation alone that will create the regeneration within the town centre, and that is not me that's talking, that is what the retailers within the town centre are telling us. And it's really unfortunate that this delay has happened, as there was a town centre partnership meeting proposed for November following today's decision, and I fear that may now have to be delayed as a result, which is very unfortunate, because that does create doubt about this council's commitment going forward. But I just want to say on record that the administration are still committed to taking this forward as an arts centre and office accommodation project. Can we move to the vote?
Yes, thank you, Convener.
Unfortunately, you're not allowed to say anything.
For this to continue, it looks like Labour's do not vote the support from the members that it looks.
I'm sorry.
No. Thank you, Convener. We'll move to the vote, and the motion consists of the recommendations in paragraph 2 in the report, moved by you, seconded by Councillor Alexander, against which we have an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett. Councillor Bowes. Motion. Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Harris.
Amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
Motion.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. And Councillor Reid. Convener, there were 5 votes for the motion, 7 for the amendment, and the amendment is accordingly carried.
Okay, we will now have a recess until about 2:15, as there's still 4 items on the agenda. Okay, folks, apologies for the slight delay in starting again. We still have, I think, about 4 items still to go. We have everybody back that's coming, yes. Okay, the next item is item 13, is the street signs provenance information. Mrs Geisler.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, this report flows from a decision that members took at the end of August in relation to provenance information included in street signs, and a report was requested in a number of areas, and hopefully this report today covers it. We obviously require to provide street names in terms of the 1982 civic government legislation, and it is the practice at the moment in Falkirk that it is a property developer that provides the signage as part of the road's construction consent. Paragraph 4.1 has some information in relation to the cost of signage that is currently provided, and also notes the fact that notwithstanding the developer provides new signage, we've had to provide, as the council, because we take over those for maintenance thereafter, that we've had to provide some 97 street signs over the past 2 years. In essence, incorporating provenance information, making certain assumptions about this, the details contained of what that might look like is in the appendix. But the costs of that, in essence, the cost of the signage would double from £55 to 110, and there's information contained in paragraph 5.2 in respect of the retrospective element of that we're asked to provide information for. Obviously, the resources would not just be if these were all to be replaced in this fashion. The resources wouldn't just simply be in relation to the signage themselves. There's obviously the work that would need to be done, the staff associated, and the work that would need to be done in terms of research to determine what the provenance of these signs were from some time ago. In certain cases, that might not be clear what the history of the sign was. So the report is for information for members, is to note the arrangements that we currently have, the cost if we were to provide the signage, replace all the existing signage, and what the issues of road safety associated with the changes as well, and the details of those are contained in paragraph 4.4 of the report.
Thank you, Mrs Geisler. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you again, once again to Mrs Geisler. I could read out pretty much what I said the last time before the report came back, but instead, just let me read out a couple of paragraphs in it. 4.4. The primary consideration of street naming and the related signage is public safety, ensuring that street names are readily identifiable, particularly in the event of an emergency. Research indicates that the greater number of signs and or information which drivers are presented with simultaneously, signage clutter, the greater the difficulty they are likely to have in assimilating the information presented. If we move on to that's pretty straightforward, that it can cause issues for the emergency services, etc. Move on to finance. Whilst housing developers would provide signage for new developments at no cost to the council, were the council to replace respectively a single name plate to all streets recorded in the CAG. What is the CAG?
Corporate Address Gazetteer.
Right, Corporate Address Gazetteer. An estimate of total cost would be between £425,000 and £975,000. I think that the debate should really end there if there's going to be a debate, if there is an amendment coming in. It should be noted that wall-mounted signs are generally placed with post-mounted versions where practical to remove the need to access and mount signage on privately owned property. The number of signs requiring replacement and the cost of doing so can be extrapolated based on the above figures. I do have a motion here which I believe Jack can circulate, and once he's circulated it, or when he's circulated, I'll read it out. And the street name amendment is, or the street name motion should I say, Council recognises the importance of protecting our heritage for this generation and indeed future generations. Council agrees to task officers with producing an online web-based solution in which the provenance of current and future street names can be found at the request of the community. Council agrees this will be a useful reference point and help instil a greater sense of community. Convener, I think that is the way to go forward. I do agree this is a reasonable idea, but at the cost that I've just mentioned there are astronomical, really. And at this time, the council can ill afford to spend that sort of money, or any money at all, on this when they can provide a service web-based which will have little cost in comparison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hughes.
I formally second Councillor Gardner's motion and reserve the right to come back in.
Okay, this seems a compromise, but...
I have an amendment which Mr Frawley could amend.
Working you hard today, Jack. Okay.
Big waste of paper, that you could have cut that down a wee bit.
I'll use the bottom for notes.
Have we enough time to consider this? Have we enough time to consider this?
Thank you.
Okay to speak, Convener?
Yes, certainly. Sorry.
Okay. I think I also have compromised somewhat. I think some of the terms of the original motion were a bit vague, a bit nebulous. At no time was the intention to retrospectively change all the street signs in Falkirk. So a lot of this report is totally irrelevant to what the motion was, and perhaps that was a job given to officers. But to suggest that a councillor would suggest expenditure of between 4.5 million and 900,000 is slightly insulting, I would think. So the compromise is that in future, street names should simply identify in brief the province of the name, where it is that of a person, and emphasise the word in future. If the name is to be repeated throughout an estate, for example, and we have that throughout the place, we have Woodburn Road, Woodburn Street, Woodburn Avenue, it would only be shown on one of the sites within that location. Obviously, the most prominent one, perhaps access into the estate. And thirdly, if street names bearing the name of a person require replacement, the addition of the provenance of the name should be included retrospectively. So the sums of money involved are negligible. I would be happy to incorporate Councillor Gardner's suggestion of a web-based solution, but I think to delegate that to officers might be a task that they could do well without given the load that's on them. And I'm sure our various local history societies could contribute to that quite substantially. We have, for example, the tome written by John Reid of the street names in Falkirk, which largely are about geographical names rather than proper names. I'm sure John would help us on that. It's a work that took him 20 years to prepare. So I do think the motion has merits in that respect, but it suggests that the website be done by others than officers.
We have Councillor Gardner, do you want to respond?
I want to respond a wee bit to that, but as well, Pat mentioned council officers' resources, and in 5.3 that mentions what kind of burden this would be in council resources if we were to go down the route of putting the wording on the street names. The current budget and staff resource to manage and replace street signs is modest and presently accommodates within the existing resources delivering road maintenance services. Any significant signage replacement programme would require both additional budget and staff resources to implement. That clarifies that, I think.
So with regard to any additional costs that would be incurred with Councillor Reid's amendment?
I think it's just as Councillor Garner said, as the report provides, and whilst we may have information on record where a street is named after a person or where it is a very obvious person, I'll use Mandela Avenue as an example, then there's obviously little by way of research involved in that. However, you'll see the example that's been given in the illustration in the appendix to the report, and it makes reference to a Mackay Gardens. Now, it could well be that we've no record of who this person Mackay is, or indeed if that is the name of a person. So for the older signs, it might be more difficult for us to if indeed we can, establish the reason that these names have been used in the first instance. And it's sometimes the older signs with the older name on them that are more likely to require to be replaced. So it would be difficult to quantify the cost of this work. Obviously, at the time that new streets are named, we know exactly, you know, the contemporary ones, we know exactly where the names have come from. So that's obviously not a problem. It's just this issue of retrospection, because in some cases it will be an easy thing to do, as I say, like Mandela Avenue, but with our Mackay Gardens here, it might be a bit more time consuming.
There's no figure being put on that, however, I think it would be infinitesimal.
Okay.
So, sorry if I'm speaking out of order, I have spoken, but
no,
my apologies
it's okay.
for that.
No, that's okay. It's been a long day, we'll give a little bit of levity.
Yeah. As I say, we've been talking about mountains, now we're talking about molehills recently. It's a bit embarrassing to say the least.
I don't think that's a molehill. You look at figures, but there you go.
Councillor Alexander?
Convener, it's interesting the comparison between the mountain and the molehill. We know what Labour's position is on the molehill. We're still waiting to hear what the position is on the mountain.
All will be clear at the council.
Well, I look forward to that, Pat.
Yeah.
I certainly look forward to that, because I can guarantee it won't be as ambitious as our administration's proposals. However, back to this particular point, I don't see a problem with the proposals as laid out by my colleague, my right here, Councillor Gardner. It serves the purpose and it maintains the current budget, and irrespective of whether the cost is minor or not, it's still a cost at a time when we have greater priorities. And I mean, for example, there was a Labour proposal to close a summer workshop, summer play shop for the disabled kids, and you know, the cost is a saving attributed to the budget process. In terms of what's proposed within this particular report, within the report that's come from officers, that would be the equivalent amount of the cup that saw that service be lost to the general public. And so I think that you need to think carefully. Small amounts or relatively small amounts still have an impact on the budgets when things are tight. And if we see every time there's a motion comes forward from the Labour group, there's a cost implication for it. And it usually asks not for a lot, and that's usually put forward as an argument. We're not asking for a lot, but when you add it up, it amounts to a considerable amount of money that we've been pressed for continuously, and always from within the reserves. So I think this is the wrong time for Councillor Reid's motion, and I think he should recognise that. He's been about long enough. He's one of the more experienced and one of the more amiable members of the opposition groups. So I would have hoped that he would have recognised the implications at this point in time, and again the message that's sent out from the Labour group being inappropriate at this point where we are at the moment.
Okay. You want to come back, Pat? Or
Well, I've already spoken.
Right, okay.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Okay, in that case...
Convener, I wonder, I don't think we have a formal seconder for Councillor Reid's amendment.
Okay. With due respect to Bruno, I would ask that Bank could win the amendment, the reference to the people who research the names being those other than thousands. I'd be happy to add that to my amendment.
I think that wouldn't be something that we would disagree with around helping and supporting our colleagues in development services with the web-based as having external support from the historical societies. It would make sense. I don't know whether Councillor Gardner would be happy to include that.
Within my motion?
Yes.
No, I'll include it within my motion. I'm happy to include it within my motion, but I'm not accepting the amendment.
Yeah, because I see that would be something that would be quite helpful with historical societies being able to do that.
I can't add the initial corresponding to the councillor.
Okay, Colin.
Can I just clarify then, is it the motion or the amendment or both that has the addition of working with the historical societies?
It's both.
Both. Okay. In that case then we have a motion moved by Councillor Garner and seconded by Councillor Hughes, against which we have the amendment moved by Councillor Reid and seconded by Councillor Coombs. Both the motion and the amendment have been circulated. Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Harris.
Amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nimmo. And Councillor Reid. In which case, convener, we have 5 votes for the motion, 7 for the amendment, and the amendment carries.
Okay, thank you. Item 14 on pest control.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I'll be very brief. This report, again, is another following a decision made by the Executive on the 27th of August. And the request was that the Council would give consideration to the 4 items described in paragraph 8.2, particularly since the changes that, reflecting the changes that had been made recently to the refuse collection arrangements. So paragraph 4 generally describes the response to that. It's not available for us to favour one pest control company over another and encourage them to give discounts to Falkirk residents. There's information in the report in relation to the work that we do to make sure that residents are aware of appropriate ways to deal with their waste by our recycling arrangements. We have a recycling guide, there's a social media campaign. There's also requirements in tenancy conditions, and we liaise with those with private housing associations, and we do work with commercial premises. There's an upcoming litter strategy which is in preparation, and that recognises the value, as we've previously said in this room, of the contribution made by volunteer groups to delivering the litter strategy. Although there have been a number of changes to our arrangements, the weekly food collection is retained, and obviously it's the potential for vermin flows from the food collection arrangements. So that's all the updated information provided, I believe, Convener, and the recommendation is to note the actions that have been taken since the changes were made from 1st April of this year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a pity that once again the mover of the original motion isn't in attendance. I think the report explains fully the line the council's taken, and they've covered all the points that were brought up in the original motion fully. If I can just draw people's attention to 4.5, which says, following the removal of pest control service, there has not been an increase in vermin pest control complaints direct to council officers. However, members should and are passing on any complaints received as confirmed by Environmental Health and Waste Management Services. Whilst there have been a number of changes in relation to the way waste is collected across the authority, there has been no change to the weekly food collection service, which should be the only food source for vermin. Therefore, if householders are using their waste and recycling provision correctly, there should be no food source available given the outside food containers can be secured. I'm happy to support this report, and yes, that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, thank you. Councillor Bowes.
I'm also I'm happy to second the report, and basically for the same reasons that Paul's put in. If there's no more reported vermin coming to the officers, it's obviously not the problem that's being made out to be, and therefore I have to support his motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholl.
We've heard both the previous speakers say that there's no increase in the number of reports of vermin. Could the director tell us how many reports of vermin we received prior to the change and how many we have received since?
I'm afraid I don't have that information with me, but I can get that for you. I think the issue is that there's been no significant change in those reported directly to officers following on from the change. So I'll get that information.
But without the figures, how can anybody determine whether the statements that have been made are true or not?
Well, I don't have the figures with me, but my colleagues who prepared the report have access to the figures.
You see, that's quite important that we know the figures to clarify whether or not the statement is true, that reports of vermin have increased or not. So I don't know how I can come to a conclusion on this report without knowing those figures, because it just seems such a logical thing to have included in the report, saying that prior to this service being changed, there was X amount, and now there's Y amount. Not just a statement saying that there's been no change. So I think, Convener, perhaps the best thing to do with this is to continue it till we get that important information.
So are you saying that you think that
officers aren't doing
I'm saying that facts have to be shown to be the case.
But you think that statement's been made without having evidence to support it?
Well, we don't know whether, because the director has just told me that she doesn't have the figures.
So why would you think an officer would put in that there'd be no...
I'm not. I'm just taking up the points made by Councillor Gardner and somebody else. So if that's the source of the information, then I've got to say that the report lacks that critical bit of information necessary for members to determine what the situation is. So I think I'm even more now convinced that this matter should be continued to that information is provided.
I think I'm concerned what you're saying there.
Councillor Aitchison has raised his personal view that there has been an increase in vermin. And whilst Councillor Aitchison isn't a member of this committee, I think, like any member, we should find out the facts behind it, and take note. So I don't care if you screw up your face or not, convener. I think it is a matter that we deserve the figures, and it's not just Councillor Aitchison now that's asking for the figures, but I'm now asking for the figures.
Well, can I ask why you didn't ask beforehand?
I never thought about it, convener. I never thought about it until I heard Paul say that there had been no change in the figures. So that just got me. That just got me thinking. That just got me thinking. Well, what are the changes in the figures?
It's the connotation of what you're asking for that gives me concern, Councillor Nicholl.
It doesn't give me any concern at all. If Councillor Gardner makes a statement,
it's not Councillor Gardner that's making the statement, it's officers that have made the statement.
The officer has told me she'll provide the numbers. I'm only highlighting that Councillor Gardner doesn't know the numbers either. That's the point I'm making.
But the inference is you don't believe what's in the report.
Convener, if I'm correct under 19.1, I can question somebody misrepresenting what I said, because it was suggested there that it was that because I had said it, what I had said is what is written down by the specialist department or our development services side. I am trusting what's in that report to be exactly true. It's not me. I wasn't making it up, which is the inference. I'm stating exactly what's in here, and it shouldn't. And I think Councillor Garner did the same. He quoted exactly what was in here. It wasn't something that we're making up. It's something that Development Services have put in. I think it's 4.5 in the report. There has not been an increase in vermin pest control complaints direct to the council officers. That's all we were repeating, and there seems to be an awful lot of doubt put on what the officers have said here, and unfortunately it was sort of indicated that it was almost something we had said and we had made up the figures. I'm afraid we did not.
This is called scrutiny. This is called scrutiny, convener. I'm not happy with what the report lacks an important piece of information, and subject to my group leader's approval, I'll probably be moving a continuation. But
well, my question still stands. Why wasn't it raised beforehand, before the meeting? You could have contacted officers prior to the meeting to get the information.
Because I never realised that it was missing. I assumed that it was there.
Well, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. I think it's quite simple. Why would members of the public contact the councillor for not providing that service? So there is going to be a change. There's bound to be. The problem still persists because I've dealt with a couple of inquiries just in the last week or so about rats. So it's still there. It's not disappeared. You can dress it up any way you like. And I have to say I agree with Councillor Nicholl. And I'll support the position he's taking.
There's a surprise, yeah. Councillor Reid?
I think if I may pour oil in the water, or it's a bit much to do about nothing.
It might be a touch.
Well, what might be the case, of course, is that there has been an increase in the complaints in Mr. Aitchison's, Councillor Aitchison's ward, but that the total number has remained the same. And therefore, what the officers say is true, but what Councillor Aitchison says is equally true as it applies to his ward.
Yeah. And it may not be directly related to any changes that the council have made.
It may not
as
be.
We know that there are a number of things that can happen that we have no control over, that can increase the prevalence of vermin.
So both officers and Councillor Aitchison could be correct. Yes.
Convener, I think this highlights the importance of having the mover of the motion here when the mover of the motion's name has been mentioned so many times in relation to what he thinks or they think he is talking about. I'd like to know how many cases Councillor Aitchison has actually raised and brought to the attention of services, because I have asked that question and I do have that figure, and it's not a high figure.
Okay. Councillor Alexander.
Convener, Councillor Nicholl has more or less admitted he hasn't read the report. So why should other members of this committee who have read the report, who have done their homework, be brought back to deal with an item which is relatively straightforward? Now, I'd also, I'm not sure who the Conservative leader is this week, but I thought it was Councillor Nicholl, based on the contributions that we've heard throughout the morning and this afternoon. But except that I'm not quite up to date with things. But what I would say is that I would like to hear from the Conservative group leader with regards to Councillor Nicholl's comments in relation to the question of the integrity of the report, and therefore the integrity of the members of our staff who wrote that report and who contributed to it. Because irrespective of how he tries to dress it up, he is slighting the officers who are responsible for this particular report by questioning the accuracy of a statement within it. Not the content, not the direction, but the accuracy of a statement that's in it. And that, as Councillor Nicholl knows, is not an acceptable position. That's not scrutiny. That is being disrespectful to the role of officers. And it's something that surprises me. It really surprises me. Other members I can understand with the attitude that's been taken. We've heard earlier on this morning another example of officers being abused by a member of the opposition. But I'm surprised at Councillor Nicholl. Coming back to the report, again, what we're seeing is these little dribbles coming in terms of the demands. The reality is that we had a service that was free of charge. The previous administration introduced a charge for it. Found out that it couldn't be implemented because rats don't come with if found returned to an address, a specific address. So what you were getting would be responsible individuals reporting the problem being told. They can't come out unless there's 55 quid paid for the service, and even though the source of the problem was not their particular premises. So therefore the charges were withdrawn and then they were reintroduced. And we had the same difficulties, the same problems arising. People were phoning and asking for a service and getting charged, I think, a considerable amount of money. I was able, in my own ward, to put two applicants in touch with the contractors who were significantly less than the council in terms of the charging for the policy and the charging for in this case it was WASPs. Both cases it was WASPs. And so it is right that we direct people towards where they have the greatest cost saving to themselves. But again, what we're seeing is this constant dribble. It's not an awful lot to manage this particular motion. But again, when you tally it up, you find that there's a considerable amount that Labour have sought expenditure for without any budget provision.
I think, Convener, I was grossly misrepresented, as you know, but the length of David's oration gave me the time to recognise that once I get the figures provided from the director, then it may well be something, because we've heard the nature of it, it may well be something that opposition members find a suitable thing to be put back into the budget, because that would perhaps be the best
and that would be the appropriate way to do that,
would be
should you wish to do that.
I agree with you. So if the director could provide the figures for which the statement was made and from which members picked up without knowing what the figures were, which is my point, aimed at members, certainly not the director, who I have the highest regard for, as I told her last night also, that would suffice. It's information we need to look at whether or not it is something that we should be putting back into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Munro.
Listening to the comments I think it's really important that rather than sort of spreading things around and alluding to other elements of things, we should stick to the matter in hand. And this is an issue of public health, and it is an issue that could be resolved by sticking to the question rather than some of the comments that have been made by the other side. Okay, as there is no motion or amendment come forward, we're happy to accept the report for noting. Thank you.